they talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops and frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Coast toe stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. Let it go. 84 music, man. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Coast toe stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and the law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bots and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search.
Yeah.
Everybody hurt, woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, man. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Coast toe stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and the law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the graves, everybody hurt. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go.
Yeah, man.
Lift the block
Royal Day.
Take it and let it
Hope
go.
all is
Get
well.
the block what it needs.
Let's get
Leave
it.
him watching like woo. Yeah. Let it go.
Oh man, Royal Day, y'all. Can you hear me clearly? Hope all is well. This is Cosmic Minds. Hope all is well, y'all. Y'all see the topic? The state of Black America. Some people say black, whatever it is that you consider yourself. I got an echo. Hold on. Y'all tell me if you can hear me clearly. And if you'd like to come up, slide through. If you can hear me clearly, let me know. I got the headset on. So, hope all is well, man. Salute the Q Bottom for the opportunity. I mean, but yeah, today's topic, man, the state of Black America, man, or the copper tone indigenous, African American, etc. America, man. What's the state? What's the state of Black America? I know we're gonna have a lot of varieties of different topics or different perspectives. And so hopefully we don't get too far off of the task. Peace to the gods and that rules the earth, goddamn it. Let's get it, man. Yeah, let's get it. But yeah, man, feel free, man. To please, when you know what I'm saying, when I link with Q Butter, man, make sure you put your business links in the comments. Put your business links, your services, your business links, your etceteras, non-profits, your for-profits. Make sure you put it all in the comments, man. You know what I mean? We need to know what you're doing. A lot of reasons we are not supporting each other, we don't have the circulation like we should it's just we're unaware that the services is available. It might just be that simple, man. We're unaware that the services is available. I've been fascinated lately with I forgot, I think it's called let me look at my other phone. I think it's called Back from the Trap, Shot from the Trap. Hold on, let me see what that thing's called. I've been fascinated with all the melanated, copper tone, black, indigenous, all that. Businesses and great things going on, man. And I've been seeing them on IG and I've been seeing them on TikTok, man. We got so many great things going on. We just gotta link with each other. So, what, in your opinions, y'all, what's the state of Black America, whether it's economically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, whatever you got, whatever you got. I'm gonna go ahead and play a little more of this flavor, you know what I mean? Until we get a few more people in, man. You know what I mean? Or we get them comments booming, man. Let's go, man.
84 music, man.
Yeah. Let's get it. Salute to Q Butter, Sciax Institute, man. Make sure you share this out, man. Make sure you share this out. Ain't nothing more important than the state of the original community, man. Black community, Copperstone, indigenous. It ain't nothing more important where we are right now, man. Economically, spiritually, emotionally, nutritionally.
We keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open.
Peace to my God. Peace to this week flows, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. That's the Nehru right there. We gonna talk about him in a little bit. He's I made this up. An interdependent financial broker. So you know what I mean? And he's young. He's a youthful Nehru, melanated copper tone West Coast. You know what I mean? He has access to that capital. I just like this song too. Yeah, why not let it roll, huh? Let it roll, huh?
All I see is movies about them slave ships. Wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need her.
Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work.
Everybody's hurt. Everybody hurt. Watch us break it open, make it free.
Ain't it mine?
Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Everybody know, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat.
Let it roll.
Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas.
Yeah, man. I bang this track. I bang with this track right here, man.
Day to day, we take it, let it go. Let it go. Yeah, we let it go.
Well, yeah, hope all is well, man. Boom up them comments, man. Boom up them comments. From your perspective. From your perspective, man. This is an easy elective, baby. From your perspective, them, they, those. What is the state of copper tone, indigenous, Black, African American? What is the state of us right now, baby? Our dollars, What is the state? I mean, we starting a lot of great business, a lot of great businesses, a lot of great institutions such as Zayax Institute. I mean, salute to the recent getting accreditation from all of the locations, man. You know what I mean? So we know we have a lot of great businesses and institutes and great what they call trailblazers, What they call trailblazers, So we know we have a lot of those, but what's the overall scope? Once we broaden our scope, are we making some traction? Are we making some movement? Is it micro? Is it macro? Is it in the middle? And I'm not talking about the rigmarole indoctrinated script traction, because that's a distraction. I'm just saying, as far as raising into our consciousness, higher levels of consciousness actively, intentionally, and then that's when the trickle down effect of everything else. And so above, the crown chakra, our mind, we don't see our mind. That's our outside power. That's the source, the mind, the unseen mind. That's where the outside power. That's the most high. We can see our brain. Like we can literally physically see what a brain is. But when we say, yo, man, it was some deep thought in the mind or da 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 da, we don't see the mind. What is the mind? But yeah, so the consciousness level, that's the unseen stuff. Emotionally, our character, social, how do we, our social skills, how we socialize with each other. Is it productive? That is the mind. Come on, somebody got to give me something. There we go. I knew somebody was out there. Yeah. Let's get it. The mind is our consciousness. Oh man, I love it. Now watch this. Now the reason why we gotta go here first, because this is the master generator of everything that goes on in our reality. Okay? The reason why we have to start with the unseen. That's why we want to do the unseen stuff first. So we won't get distracted by a bunch of physical crap and talk. Okay. So with the unseen mind, now you have your subconscious mind, and then you got your conscious mind. Hmm. Come here. Hold on, y'all. I got my narrow rules here, y'all. Yeah, go ahead. You can get them. All right. They want a snack. You know how that go. All right, here we go. So you got the unseen mind. I mean, my fault. My apologies. Pardon self. You have the subconscious mind. We have the conscious mind, and then we have the superconscious mind. That's when we actually awaken. So the reason why we have to, you say people think alike, yeah, about certain things, a lot of things. Now we have to measure that with a percentile of how much is it scripted and indoctrinated in ideology and different things that was on some epigenetic generational trauma passed down stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? Like for example, um a lot of people think alike as far as the activities that go on throughout the year. Um, you have a large population of melanin, copper tone, indigenous, black, etc. Diaspora that engage in these different activities, whether it be the Christmas stuff or the Thanksgiving stuff or the da 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 da. So, are we talking about on that level of think alike, or are we talking about on the level of a higher level of consciousness think alike? Because usually that's where we kind of get a divide at. That's where we usually get a divide at. Because most of the divide is in the mind, right? Gratitude for everybody linking through, linking true. Make sure you put your business links, your services in the comments, man. We need to know what's going on, man. We be saying, yo, we don't circulate the dollar, we don't support each other. That, don't get me wrong, that does happen at so many different levels, right? However, a lot of it's because of we're unaware. And we know a lot of times with marketing, if you don't have a huge market or huge brand, or if you don't, from London, peace, gratitude to your presence. If you don't have a huge budget for marketing, or if you do have a budget for marketing and you don't control your servers to where you control where the data goes, you control who stop your data when people say, oh, they blackball me or they this, or they blocking my videos, all that. You see what I'm saying? So with so many different levels to uh infrastructure, you know, when people say you got to get the foundation right. So a lot of times we got so many different parts to a foundation. So if you look at those different parts as different departments or different specialty areas and being able to merge them together, collective unconscious. Well, see, the thing is, you have a lot of original beings coming online. Pineal gland is activating, the crown chakra is booming, all that great stuff. Now, I got a show coming up for the next topic called African Americans versus, or Black Americans, etc., versus African people. We got that divide going on. You know what I mean? So when we really, now you say unconscious. Now, you have a lot that's doing the bare minimum. They're conscious of things that are going on. They're like aware of things going on. Um, Now, are they able to do something about it? Now, when people say do something about it, that could be on a micro level or a macro level, to where you might be at the level where you might need to network and align with the right um let me see, foundations or people or groups or messaging or different things of that nature. And then a lot of times that's like seeking inspiration. And that's a lot of things we got to understand too. Visualization. We have to seek things that align with what we want to do to keep us going, to inspire us, because a lot of times we're not going to have anybody cheerleading us going along the way, especially if we want to say like a grand awakening, or you the black sheep, or you the purple, orange, blue, whatever color sheep it is. um Now you have the conscious or the super conscious or the awakened. That's why they got the thing called woke, the woke talk. You know what I mean? So that they want to turn that into like it's something terrible or it's something bad or it's horrible. Huh? So you have the super woke or the super conscious or the super awakened, or the ones that have detached from the matrix or the indoctrination. And then now it's them versus the ones that are still attached to it. Now you have different perplexities in that area, in those areas. You got your personal circle, then you got your whatever variety that is, your associates, your acquaintance, your fam, your da 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 da, homies, etc. Then you have your fair weather friends, and then we got the monitoring spirits. We got people watching us that we don't even realize they be watching us all the time anyway. Whether it be exes, people that you inspire on the low and they don't tell you, etc. So, you know, a lot of instances, that's why you get the black sheep effect, to where you get people that go through that first phase of awakening, to where they want to tell people, we want to say, hey man, you know, this is just, you know, this is a lie, and that's a lie, and da 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 da, etc. Um, and then we know we're met with a lot of different tactics or perplexities. You know, you have the fight or flight, you have the cognitive dissonance, you have the Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, you got a mixture, you got a mixed drink of chemical shit that's going on. You know, but dig it. So this stuff that's making excellent, great sense when we say understanding, when you flip it on, when you get into your etymology journey, standing under, we got to stop standing under stuff. That's why when we start overstanding and then start over understanding. See, I came from that era where that was the terminology, overstand. And then I got the over understand, but you know what I'm saying? Whatever, maybe that's a thing, maybe not, but you know what I mean? That's when you really, really get it. That's when we all really get it. The only thing separating us is spirit. Ah, man. Can you elaborate on that one? Make sure y'all check out real quick infomercial, y'all. Y'all make sure you check out ZayaxInstitute.org ASAP. Donate. Need the services. Check out the content with Q Butter, etc. I'm pretty sure y'all already know this. All right. Gratitude for that. Make sure you check out Golden Crowns. That's a copper tone, indigenous, African American, black, whatever variety you need of term, you hear me? Owned, and operated app. Golden Crowns. Dot app. That is in the comments. Please check that out, y'all. We do need your support. The same way Zayax. All right. We need each other's support. All right. We got RoyalsUnited.com. That's black owned and operated, built off group economics. Y'all check us out. We got the radio steer shot. I'll be up there DJing soon. Royals United Radio. Hopefully I can get Q Butter on there. You know what I mean? I know we got a lot going on. So all in time and space in the place. All right, here we go. What we got in the comments? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, the Malachi? Okay, well, good. That means it's out there then. You know what the hell I'm talking about. Let me see. Let me see. We show that on the stage. All right, so no doubt. All right, here we go. What we got? Lack of accountability uh, is what's separating us. Okay, so we got what's separating us. We got one is this is the spirit. Then we got lack of accountability. All right, here we go. If everyone self-reflects as much as they judge slash got answers for everyone else, we be better off as a group. Okay. All right. And then one thing we gotta overstand too, y'all. I mean, and we gotta be open to correction. That's the only way we get sharp. How you gonna get sharp if you don't know the shit? If you're unaware of what's there as far as intellectual, as far as a talent, a skill, whatever, a piece of information, data, whatever. So if we're not constant students, now we could be advanced students. Don't get me wrong, but if we're not constant students, then by the way, the word judge means to decide. Like you're making a judgment call. That means to decide something. So now if you saying stereotype, that's a whole different thing. Because a lot of times we get this shit mixed up. I told you this dumbed down ass language with the etymologies. People say nice. The word nice, that means dumb or ignorant. Go look up the origin of that shit. I'm just being real with you. So we again, this is the trickle down effects of being in what has been turned into a foreign land. A lot of people can say, "This is my land. This is my ancestors," da, da, da. But it's been what infiltrated, huh? With different ideologies. You see them two dudes, the Bezos and the other dude, buying up all the farmland. Let's not act like we don't see the shit. Do we act like we don't see it? And then we talk about the food fucked up, but they buying up hundreds of goddamn acres to make the food fucked up. I'm just saying, the shit is playing out right in front of us. Hold on, let me get a little music in the background, man. Turn it down a little bit, let it roll in the back. All right. That way we can, keep a little flavor going in the background, man. Musical flavor. All right, so what we got next? Yeah, like-minded, similar career paths should link. Absolutely. It shouldn't even be nothing to think about. Good business relationships, builds communities. Absolutely. Commune, break the word up. Commune, that's one word. And then unity. Commune with our unity. We have to commune with it. And a lot of times what's going on is we got a lot of hidden competitions. So we got to talk about a lot of this unfortunate shit that's going on, son. The dry hate or the whatever, or the direct shit. Or, you know what I mean? A lot of, some. It's great to be inspired by your homie or someone else's idea, but we don't want to copy and paste and take somebody else's idea. You understand? You got to have some level of authenticity. That's what's missing as well. The spirit gives consciousness to the mind. All right. So when you say consciousness, I mean, what elaborate, what does that mean? When you say it gives consciousness to the mind, and when you saying the mind, that would, now again, the mind is the unseen stuff. That's the Most High. That's Buddha. That's Jesus, Yahweh. That's all that shit that people be talking about. As so above, so below. That's the unseen mind that nobody sees. What they call alchemy and all this other different unseen stuff. Then you get into frequency. You get into vibration. So, that's why they say it's certain music with megahertz. The megahertz is certain music is gonna make our body move and the spirit move, etc. However, is it cultivating our spirit, or is it corrupting or damaging our spirit? Is it dumbing us down? The ego is what has us thinking we are separate. Oh man, excellent. Now I'm gonna elevate that one. I'm gonna elevate that one. I think it's the toxic ego and the toxic pride from being indoctrinated, son. Being having pent against each other and having to compete, and then going into the industrial complex. That wasn't just a complex. This complex as far as them builders and all of that. That was just the results of it as well. But we talking about the psychological thing that had to go into the working class and the workers that you had to, you know, the psychological thing that you had to put on people to just be into a 9 to 5 loop. Judgment or okay, judgment requires consequence to the behavior. Absolutely. Now a great question in that one: who should determine the consequence? Should it be the system that's set up currently, being that we see the track record? Because all you can go is off a track record, right? We all we can do is just pull up a spreadsheet of a track record of this land mass, this place, this corporation, and what has the results been? Whether you're doing something or not, whether you got the credentials or not, whether you assimilate or not, whether you do these type of tones of voices or not, all that, and you can conform all the way, and still they ain't gonna let you. They're gonna let you play. They just gonna only let you win to a certain amount. And that's what I call the Willie Lynch syndrome. That's what the divide was, and a lot of the other things. The OGs will say, black people think the white man ice is more colder or some shit like they say. Common unity, yeah. Facts, you got to be distinct. Gratitude. Consciousness is just life in simpler terms. But that's what I'm saying, though. If we elevate it a little more to the like frequency and vibration. Plants have frequency and vibration. Fruit, you feel me? Of course, you know, the real fruit. They've done experiments to where if you talk loving things to your garden, or you play jazz, or you play high vibrational stuff, you have a better vibration and frequency in your plants and in your garden. So imagine if we are master generators in what we call a meat suit, or this avatar we're in. It's the same type of thing. Like what is corrupting our vibration and our frequency from rising? The source, anyway. Emotions. See, the thing is, if you bust down that word of if you just create your own word, that's another thing. Salute to that young Nehru that went viral for creating his own language. It was a young starseed that created his own language, literally. I mean, that's going viral. That type of stuff should go viral. But yeah, we could just create our own language, B. That's what we used to slangs and etymologies and all that any fucking way, son. So if you say emotions, that's eternal within motion, like eternal. What's within us, and is it in motion? Is it going in the proper direction? Is it going to the right spaces? Is it being used correctly? Because that's just energy in motion. Emotion. That means it's motion is movement. The E got to be energy or internal or whatever other E that y'all can give me that gonna make sense. I mean, yeah, feel me. The being or the be in conversation. I like that. So would you use your your platform to connect the dots? Agro food, and boy, herbalism, the ism, the schism. I can teach anybody willing to learn. Now guess what? Guess what? Golden Crowns, man. That app. We got a marketplace. We basically have merged Facebook, IG, TikTok, and different platforms together into one joint. So we need people in the marketplace. We need your marketing and services. And guess what else we got? We got a help wanted section. So if you do have those services and you can teach and you do webinars, workshops, virtual this and this, virtual events, physical events, all that. Yeah. And then also Cosmic Minds on YouTube. Cosmic Minds 333. Bang with the content. I got over 500 videos. Booming. The only way I connected with Q Butter, it was doing it. That's the only way. It was no osmosis. There was no like magical flavors and shit. It was just, you know. So that was. Hold on. Let me go and put you up here, right here, so we can show that. There you go, right there. So make sure y'all link with Shoot First. See how easy this is? This shit easy, man. It's baby shit. We got like I said, we got the radio station. We seeking radio personalities. I'm gonna throw in a small infomercial as we go. We seeking radio personalities. Royals United Radio with a Z. I'm gonna see if I can get it for the comments real quick, y'all. Gratitude. Gratitude for your presence. All right, hold on. I got y'all. Fill the comments up. Boom them shits up. Why not? That's the RoyalsUnited.com radio joint right there. We seeking radio personalities. All you got to do is email. I'm gonna put it in the comments. Royal with a Z, United at gmail.com. And I'm gonna get back to the comments, y'all. Hold on. I know we got a dialogue. We got to do them infomercials. But they do that on your favorite show. We're gonna do our infomercials for our stuff. All right, here we go. Crayons, melted vinyl, whooped hands, dance to the music on the touchscreen, hat out here, that's lusty, and I'm blessing my spirits until my thoughts clear. Okay. All right. We got this right here. All right. It depends on the judgment. If you don't like someone, well, we know that's inevitable. Somebody energy, and stay away, you judge them. Well, that's what's called a judgment call. That's what I'm saying. The etymology of judge is to make a decision. You have to decide whether they're healthy for your spirit or not. Are they going in the same direction as you or not, etc. To me, it'd be counterproductive to be around somebody that's not where you are. or not wanting to get there. The consequence, you stayed away. Hey, sometimes you were pushed away. Shit, that's a lot of times. I look at consciousness as awareness of self, existence, and environment. Y'all make sure y'all link with these people, man. We should be networking right now. We should be networking right now. You got the Messiah brand. That's built off of group economics, black group economics. The whole brand is built off of that. The Messiah, my apologies, MessiahBrand.com, or check them out on RoyalsUnited.com. That's the vice president of Golden Crowns and RoyalsUnited.com. Let's get it. He said, "Nah, I had it right. Energy of the state." Well, now when we get creative with the energy thing, because I don't want to get, because I mean, well, we could pivot. We could pivot. A lot of places that people go to are energy harvesting centers, like churches, like mega churches, like they're draining more than their pockets. They're draining their soul and spirit, right? The schools, a lot of these facilities and different things, they're energy harvesting centers. So they harvest our unseen energy, frequencies, talents, etc. So yeah, that's why we should have our own spots like Zayak's Institute, so we can harvest the talent in the correct ways. We got RoyalsUnited.com right there. Y'all check us out, man. 24/7 online. Like I say, we seeking radio personalities. Man, I was from that era where you couldn't just get on the radio, B. You couldn't just have no, let's get a radio station. You couldn't just get no radio station or just be on no radio site at all. We got Golden Crowns right here, y'all. That's how you spell it. Make sure we support each other with intention, man. We need help scaling our businesses. We're starting a lot of great ideas. That's one of the presentations I did on my page. We have a lot of great ideas. However, we need to scale. And how do we scale? We need our people to support. They got to put in the money. They got to put up the money. They got to redirect the funds. They got to redirect that what? Currency, that energy, right? All that's energy. See, we talking about energy and frequency and vibration and flow and consciousness and all of this unseen shit. So let's get into the physical thing. When we look at the different when they say fiat notes or fiat currency, they call it currency. A current is a charge or energy source. We also got a referral, just to throw a little more with Royals United. If you refer someone to us and they become a member or sponsor, etc., we give you back cash as far as a commission. So we got to practice this group economics thing intentionally. So that's why we built that in. And then with Golden Crowns, you can get equity for just $20. It's $20 squares. $20. This $20 will pay off in 5 years. So this is why we gotta start investing early. That's what happened with a lot of our ideas too, and why we not getting a lot of traction as far as the economic gap and stuff like that. We take a long time to invest, bro, or we wait until it's popular to do it, or we got to see more than enough strangers do it, or a big ass crowd of people do it. Play some reggae. I'm just playing what's here. This is my first time rocking with this, so I'm just test driving this exotic vehicle right now. What's the name of the app again? Let me go and scroll back up. I got you. It's Lemon Squeezy right there. Golden Crowns app. Why we call it Golden Crowns? Because we royal, fam. We time to straighten our crown, man. That's that shit off. Hell, it might be time to even melt some of them down and make new crowns. Really, really. That's the app right there. We need you. Just like Zayax we need us. Not no Jesus, just us. We need just us. That's what we need. We need just us. We got the money, we got the expertise, we got the skill, we got the everything to build infrastructure. The specialties. Some people is still in the system. They willing to give us the hookup. And that's another thing. Here we go. If you're doing the job thing, it's not for you to be in there tap dancing. Huh? Especially if you are in a corporate setting or like some rare setting, like you're in like a Fortune 500 company and you're one of their advisors, or you know, you get what I'm saying. Something that is like not a usual access to entry. If you the person that's in charge of the loan officer, the business processing person at the downtown place, you feel me? If you're gonna be at the gig, we supposed to be looking out for not for everybody, but for the right reasons and the right stuff. The state of Black America, y'all. Let's come on with it. I know you got something for me. Like I said, we doing a lot of great things. Of course, we got to balance it out. Yeah. A lot of these corporations, a lot of things that we're saying are ailments are ran by people that, or companies or entities or families or whatever, they're gonna push the agenda or the narrative that's best for them. We shouldn't expect them not to. Oh, that's a good question. Y'all see that question there? What y'all think about this right here? Even though the dude D1 does the church stuff, I wish he get the fuck out of that. But you know, he be talking that good stuff to the youth them. I mean, it just depends on what we pump and push to the forefront. I mean, you have EYL, Earn Your Leisure. You have you have a lot of great content creator dudes or Nehrus or original people, man. It's just what is being pushed to the forefront. Earn Your Leisure build a whole brand on financial literacy. Okay, here we go. He said, tired of seeing them become statistics. They are just outside board. NYC. Indictments. Last few years been all attempts murder and no money. So what do y'all think of that, y'all? Y'all come on with it. I think a lot of underestimating the young youth. A lot of them are a lot more advanced than we were as well. The 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. You understand? A lot of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you had a population of the people keeping you indoctrinated in the Jesus syndrome and the church and all of that other stuff. Jesus loves you and all of the Christmas and the Santa Claus down the chimney crap and all that pause. You feel me? So, I mean, and then at the same time, this is going to sting a lot. Okay, this is going to sting a lot. A lot of people shouldn't be goddamn having children, fam. A lot of people should not be recreating themselves, especially if they're in their chaotic season or their chaotic phases of their life. You understand? For example, I was from the gangbang era and different thing where they were real heavy and hard with it. You don't think they was having babies? Or if you got like a dangerous lifestyle, you shouldn't be recreating. You shouldn't be recreating nothing right now. And then that has to do with the look. We doing the etymology of words as we go along. You say parent, pair, P-A-I-R, pair, and rent. They're renting a pair of beings or people or whatever. They're just renting us. And then depending on how we're cultivating the youth, our children, our nieces, our nephews, our grandchildren, etc., that's the final product that's being put out. What we're allowing them to be exposed to on a consistent basis. That's what I'm saying with the drill music and the whatever. Because it's not even hard to see it at this junction, man. I mean, it's just blatant trash music, fam. I mean, it's just, and we should know that's a psyop. We should know that's to keep the frequency fucked up and scattered. By now, we should know that. Now, like you said, now we get into the what we do about that. That's why you got the Q Butter music. I was just playing with that flavor. Then we had the one era from like the end of the 70s to the 80s where you had the different hip hop music and they had some meaning to it. The majority of it that's been infiltrated, huh? A lot of the record labels are owned by the Who. It's not like beings like me and you. So if it's owned by these other entities and these other companies, these other whatever, with conflicting interests, then we're gonna keep seeing this shit with CNB. Now the question is, are you gonna support the conscious music, what they call conscious rap? Are you gonna support that? Like people support the Jay-Z? Hey, didn't he just sell out his concert? We want to talk about recent events. Didn't he just sell out the concert? I'm almost certain it was majority black people there. I'm almost certain. I ain't had to be there to figure that out. I don't even have to be there to guess that. So when we keep saying we have to change the narrative in so many different sectors, when we, again, 70s to 80s, we had a great variety. Yeah, you still had the little dirty and the nasty talking to music, but you had a whole lot of great inspirational, high vibrational music. Earth, Wind, and Fire, man. If you listen to a lot of their stuff with your mind's eye, Oh man, they talk about a whole different Ron Isley talking about the mothership and all of that Return of Atlantis. They talking about a whole different wave or whatever. We just thought it was a great song. They was dropping the knowledge of self. We just didn't have the what? We were standing under indoctrination. We didn't have the overstanding. And then look, we don't edify and we don't hype up the youth that are doing their thing. You have a lot of youth that's doing the agricultural thing, the Zayaks Institute thing. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. Are we highlighting or propping up, whatever phrase you want to put there, the ones that are doing the brainiac great stuff? Like we hype up the entertainers, that celebrity worship. Like we hype up the games, the holiday shit that is an economic drain. You know what I'm saying? Do we hype up this stuff like we do the other stuff? The substance. Now we know we shouldn't expect the machine to do that. So now that comes to our individual platforms, the stuff we share, the stuff we don't share, the stuff we tag people in. You see what I'm saying? A lot of this comes up to individual choice. We said accountability for earlier. And the culture drives them away from what life is intended to be. So what life is, that's a great question. What is life intended to be? Right here. And then I don't even know why we so. Now watch this. A lot of us been presented with the Jim Jones syndrome when it comes to cult. Cult only means culture. That's it. It's just an abbreviation. Let's not get too far into the Eurocentric stuff that we think, oh man, they just go form a cult. All of this shit is a cult. That Christian shit is a cult. Let's not do that, because I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. So let's not do it. But then when we talking about doing revolutionary cults and what we talk liberation and all this other shit, now we get itchy. Come on now, don't get squirmy. We got too many Negro peons. We got to do a show about that, man. How do you spot a Negro peon? Man, you lucky. Once I learn how to load up videos, I'm gonna show you dudes that were informants and all of that took down whoever. Of course, y'all knew about the what's his name, Hampton, the dude that did that one. But you know, I mean, you had so many other fucking informants that was whatever you want to call them, fam, Negro peon. You know what I mean, once you vow to work for them, that's it. That's it. Go look at this movie called They Cloned Tyrone. If that doesn't tell you everything, then I don't know what else to give you. I really don't. They literally have a part in that movie where the people are in the club and the DJ dude is playing this certain fucking frequency of music that's making everybody dance the same way, in the same speed, same pattern. And then I ain't even gonna tell you the movie. Go see it. Go see it. And if that doesn't awaken you to whatever, then it's nothing else to give you. Us. What you mean the playbook is? there's no more secrets. This is an open book test, and a lot of us are failing it. Why do you say that, Cosmic? They put it in. They've been putting it in The Simpsons for decades. They've been putting it in. We had a melanin copper tone dude put it in the Boondocks for goddamn years. I mean, how many open book tests you need? How many answers you need? It's this joint called Grinlock. That's an animated series. Melanated dude made that. Superhero that protects the black community from it's just like it got a Boondocks feel to it. So like I said, man, a lot of things are being presented to us, right to us, B. And it's been there. Sometimes they just need order. The Negro in America seems to be on a diligent search for key to an unlocked door. Wale. What he got, man? Wale got them papers, man. Hey, man, I got some shows coming up. Group economics, man. Black businesses, black copper tone, indigenous, whatever you consider. The reason why I keep saying that, why the fuck does he keep saying that? Why the hell he keep saying that? Because so many people see themselves as different shit. You know, African Americans, black, copper tone, whatever, indigenous. Okay, so I gotta say that, unfortunately, because we have that going on. All right. Brown. Some people say brown. Some people say negro, nigger. You hear me? And we get squirmy with that. Here we go. Culture is led. Y'all got it. Y'all see it. I'm gonna read it to myself because y'all can see it. Now, when you say knowing their grandparents, or I would say the great grandparents, I mean, to me, again, that comes down to like tradition of, do we have productive tradition? A lot of time we yell it out, yo, tradition. Is it a productive tradition? Is it moving us forward? Is it edifying us in the right ways? Is it cultivating us? You understand? Now, unfortunately, most have to go to like these websites which are owned by different companies, Ancestry.com and different stuff, to do their da-da-da-da-da. Now, at the same time, if we get with the Moors or the 5%ers or the Moors, they can help them with a lot of the legalese and the straw man names and all of that shit. All that stuff. Because that's another thing. We need to salute the Malcolm X, or you know what I mean? Remember his name was something else. He said I had to name myself. That's another thing. We need to rename ourselves that's not within the indoctrinated or straw man matrix. You understand? Because that holds energy. That name holds energy. I'm just saying. What we got from Wale? Let me go and put it up here. Hold on. There we go. And I knew Wale was gonna come with the truth. Absolutely, Wale, man. Absolutely, G. I already understand. I understand the truth. But see, there's levels to the truth, that Haru. The only thing, and this is not making any rationalizations or excuses. This is just knowing your environment. This is like self-awareness, environmental awareness. A lot of people don't like the truth, that Haru. And I know you say it anyway, but when it's going on deaf ears, deaf spirits, empty vessels, indoctrinated minds and ears. Again, if we look it up now, I know you gave us a number the last time. It was like maybe a few weeks ago. You said 100. But let's make it more simplistic. It takes 21 to 22 times for most the average. Now, average is subjective, whatever that means, and however we're gonna measure that. Okay, person or being to hear, grasp, conceptualize, comprehend, because it got to go on something within them for them to conceptualize, and then for them to get a light bulb moment, and then after the light bulb moment, for them to apply the data. Now, when we say truth, are we saying brutal truth? That when we say brutal truth, people say you're now this is what happens. Oh, because I've been doing this a long time, Pete. And I know you've been doing it longer than me. I'm just saying, I relate to you. The first thing they say is how you present it. That's the first thing they say. So even if, and when I'm saying they, family members, friends, colleagues, homies, passing by my people, whatever. Does an overweight person want to hear you're overweight? Watch this. A lot of what we call truth is what people already know. It's just validation of truths that they don't want to speak out loud. Huh? A person that's 5, 6, 700, 900 pounds, they know they're overweight. They say it to themselves often. They don't hear someone else say it to them often. So now, if you got a like the movie The Clumps, look at that from a mind's eye. If you got family like that, everybody big, huh? You coming in there telling them let's eat right is like, it's not gonna register at all. At all. If like my earth parents, I call them earth parents. I got cosmic parents, I got earth parents. That's the ones that is in the knowledge of self, and then the ones that's in the still, the earth stuff. So they was my pops was into the chitlin shit and all that bullshit. You feel me? So my earth moms knew it was whatever. However, that's what he was raised on, tradition. They wasn't that tradition bullshit. So it took him so many years to break that fucking habit, and that's what goes on with a lot of our OGs as well. They eat a lot of that trash, and what they call in some spaces they call it slave food, ain't it? The chitlins, the scraps, the nose, the ass, the whatever. I mean, here we go. There y'all go with the next one. Whenever I put them up, y'all fill the comments. I'm just going, you know what I mean? Go over the comments as we get there. See, and then when you saying trust Nehru, just to take it to a different little level, we trust each other, but in a minuscule degree and level. Like we trust each other to be there for the birthdays. We trust each other when we want to party and bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? Like we trust each other with a lot of certain things, except the things that we know are the things that people really aren't privy to or really don't want to put the work in to do. You got this right here. Now the only thing about love, man, is we had a lot of songs back in the day said, "Love don't love nobody, baby." What was the other song? What you won't do for love. Huh? Sing it with me. You tried everything, but you won't give up. Oh man. You tried everything, but you won't give up. Huh? What type of love you talking about, man? Because you tried everything, but you won't give up. And I'm thinking we need a mixture. We need to get on some militant along with, because look, you got two sides to love, G. You got the joint that where you coddle people and you enable them, and then you got tough love. We need a lot of tough love. And that's what a lot of people don't want. In the spiritual world, they call it shadow work and all that. For the spiritual whatever it is, knowledge of whatever it is, knowledge of what it is. Then we got this right here. Ah, that's a good one. Now, to give a little bit of, I guess, buffering, a lot of times, fam, when we get out of indoctrination states, man, and we make it a different, like, it's just like phases in a video game. When we make it to a different plateau of whatever, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, we really get happy about it. Like when we finally maybe get into something that revolves around black people stuff or indigenous stuff or, you know, native tongue stuff or, black power stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it finally make, it's just like when you that black sheep person and you finally meet another black sheep or purple or orange or whatever color you are. You finally meet, oh man, I thought I was the only one that was the outside, what they say, out of, what they quote unquote, outside of the box thinker. And then when you finally meet that one, you're like, oh man, fuck, damn, it's, you know what I mean? I thought I was just out here in the world and just thinking this shit was whatever. And everybody was indoctrinated to dumb down. And then you be like, well, damn. And so above, so below, what they say, watch this one. This is why this is important. And native language is important. Dialect is important. Words are energy. Words are spells. Words are frequency. Words are vibration. Okay? So if most of all of us have only known an indoctrinated dialect or verbiage, what type of unknown or unseen or unbeknownst spells have we put on ourselves? That's why we had spelling bee, spelling, spell. How do you spell it? Spelling, all that. When you get the motivational speaker dudes, salute to them because they use great recipe. When you say self-talk and whatever, yeah, what they say, you right. Whichever way you say it, you right. If you say the word, certain words I don't even like to say, but that can't word or whatever. A lot of people say try. I'ma try to da 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 da. If we putting that out to the ethers in the universe, that's what we gonna get back. We gonna get scattered results. Now, if you haven't noticed that yourself, then, and if that doesn't let us know that there is nothing outside of ourselves as far as seizure bourgeois, that they say is a man named Jesus, uh, the Most High, what's the other ones they be saying? All of them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's why I subscribe to, when I was along my awakening journey. Salute to the Bobby Hemmitts and the cult teachers and the unseen teachers and all that, busting all of this stuff down. You over dig me? See, once you get into that, because see, again, a lot of these on a simpler, that this is going to be a simplistic statement. A lot of these other ethnic groups or genetically modified whatever, they got a hold of a lot of our magic, a lot of our hoodoo, words, spells, ancient shit, and you not thinking they using it? Huh? A school system to indoctrinate what? The mind, body, soul, and spirit. That's why I salute to the Reverend Ikes and the ones that tell you, whatever Jesus in you and whoever's in you, yeah. But I've been emphasizing that to us, that right there is a huge step to the copper tone, black, indigenous, African American, whatever diaspora. You, us, them, they, those. Stop thinking there's something outside of ourselves as far as these other deities. I'm not saying we are able to use and apply certain things. Like, that's where I get into universal principle, law of duality, correspondence, relativity, all that great stuff. Because then that usually gets us out of, hopefully, a little bit of the typical religious banter, polarity, yin and yang, the gender, all that. You see what I mean? Indoctrination is not no little bit of thing we say. I know it just sounds like something. I know it sounds like something because we just saying a word, but we don't know the severity of the indoctrinations. And that's what we're going, that's the cause and effect. That's what cause and effect comes from. What we got right here? I got you, Wale. Oh, man. Listen, y'all. Here we go. Here we go. And this is a respect to the elder. We have to be able, when they say real recognize real, or iron sharpens iron, etc., we have to be able to recognize when somebody is already picking up what you're putting down, or picking up, what you're putting up, whatever. I completely understand it. Wale. So when you saying truth doesn't change the information, etc., 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 that's why it takes so long for people that are indoctrinated, cognitive dissonance, Stockholm syndrome, whatever mixed drink of dis-ease, when you break that word up, dis-ease, whatever dis-ease mixed drink that they got going on, G. And that's why we won't have to say, the same truths for years, like the Dr. Corn Andersons or the whoever else that you rock with. They've been saying it how long, many years? Talk to me, y'all. State of Black America, man. Fill up the comments. I'm here. I'm going over. We going through them, going through them. Yeah, absolutely, Wale Nehru. The thing is, once again, I think we get into the euphoria part of truth. We have a lot of truth tellers, and a lot of them don't get protected in that room. A lot of them get torn down by the same people that they want to protect, G. I mean, we got to address that goes on. A lot of the same people that you want to protect are going to help deflate what's going on. So that's why I was saying with the love thing earlier, we don't want to be dumb. We got to, or stupid, or ignorant, or unintelligent, or be able to have intellectual awareness. Here we go. Y'all see that? Y'all get y'all input on it. Output. Whatever put it is. Gratitude for the support. Gratitude for Q Butter. Y'all make sure y'all check out ZyAxInstitute.org ASAP. That's all the reason why this should be blowing up. That's all the reason why ZyAx should be having all the money and all that. Golden Crowns, Royals United. When we who just said what is it, shoot first, just presented the agriculture. I would like to interview you right here up here or on my YouTube channel. Yeah, the work is there. 500 plus videos on my YouTube channel, y'all, about scaling black businesses, how we capitalize through outsourcing, all that. I'm with all that, all of it. Even with the affirmations, I call them cosmations. Yeah, and what I'm saying, you can name your own stuff. And feel me? We know we do that anyway. You figure deal me? You understand me? All right, Wale, you got to reply. That's the reply, Wale. Let me change the song up. Let me see how we do that. Yeah, man. Fill up the comments, man. Let's go. Let's keep this moving, man. Hopefully we get this same activity when we do the black business connection. Oh yeah, y'all. I got a show coming up called The King's Lounge. That'll be on my YouTube page. That's for the fellas, that's for the black men, the copper tone, the original men. Of course, the women can come in, you know what I mean? But that's a space for the men for us to elevate, do the barbershop talk or the roundaway talk or the cigar lounge talk, whatever you got, you feel me? And like you were just saying earlier, doing the holding accountability. Hold on. As you were saying with the, because I don't have my, hold on. As you were saying with the accountability. So that's what one of the elements that'll be part of that show, that presentation. That is, let me see, shit. I got so many dates and stuff coming up on it. Them joints be running together. Hold on. Y'all fill up the comments. I got you. I'm here. Be here. Be here. Ew. Let's go, man. When is that? When is the? Okay, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Every other Thursday, and the first one is July 23rd. All right. So the first show will be airing July 23rd. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel ASAP. You know what I mean? And that's another way we can help a lot of the better content get out there. We gotta do what it takes to boom the algorithm through subscriptions and sharing stuff and all of that stuff. Tradition, culture, culture, customs. Best part. Society. Okay, here we go. All right, shoot first. Here you go. That'd be a good debate. We should have a paid debate on Q Butter channel, man. You know what I mean? Do a little bit of group economics, sell some tickets. You know, shoot first and Wale. You know, fact versus truth. You hear me? That should be an excellent intellectual debate. See what else we got. Might have to refresh the page. Hold on, y'all. Okay, well, never mind. Be back. My signal is going. Yeah, I might have to refresh my page. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on, y'all. All right, hold on, y'all. Okay, we got this reply right here. Okay, we got this right here. What you think about this right here, y'all? This week flows. By the way, if you're seeking capital for your etc., your business, your services, reach out to my CFO of Royals United and Golden Crowns, Billy Dennis. I call him West Coast Billy. But he is an independent or interdependent financial broker. So this is what I'm saying about these connections. We ain't got to keep waiting. We don't have to 1,000 meetings. We don't got to do none of that. We got it right here. So link with my guy right there. Check his page out. Huh? All right. All right, so let's go back up some. Make sure y'all check out Golden Crowns, man. That app. Check out the app ASAP. We need y'all. We need y'all. We all we got. Huh? For us by us. Make sure you create a free account. Check out and test drive everything. We got the Chronic. That's just like on Facebook where you just post. You post all day. Yeah, I mean, that's called a chronic. Check out the audio rooms. We got audio rooms. We got video rooms. We got music rooms where you can play your music and sell your music right there. We got our squares. That's the equity. You can get 20, it's just $20 for the equity portion to invest in the app. And we need y'all. I ain't gonna bullshit you. The same way these other places say they need you, they keep going to their schools and their churches and their fast food stores and all that. Yeah, man. We need you too. Check out royalsunited.com right there. Memberships, sponsorships, ebooks, AI courses. If you become a member for $50 a month, you get access to the AI courses. You get access to the radio station to be a radio personality because you'll be a member. You'll get access to the different events we got going on. You'll get access to the different ideas that we're doing, like apps and investment stuff, trips that we're gonna be taking, retreats, whatever we doing. Access, look, we have to understand. Sometimes the best thing we can have is access. That's a huge asset. Again, salute the Zayax Institute. Make sure you donate ASAP, whether it's your currency, intellectual property, skills and availability, etc. I'm gonna catch up, y'all, with the comments. Okay, here we go. Oh man, y'all see that? Man, ain't it mine? It's a big business, man. That's a big business. Yeah, that's big business, man. That's big pimping. Can't be mad at that. Again, it's choice. It's choice. The mega churches ain't packing by themselves and on their own. You know what I mean? People are coming there, are going there consistently. There we go. What we got with that right there? Religion is a made-up term. Ain't that something? Damn. Yeah. Oh, look at this one right here. That is one of the reasons they are wealthier. Let's look at Finland, happiest country. You are right, by the way. I think it's one of the safest too, if not, yeah, well, one of the top, whatever, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. 8 years now. Y'all see that? He say The other ethnic groups don't take religion as seriously as we do. Huh? That's what I'm saying. There we doing this big ass spreadsheet of different things. And now we can put it to the forefront and see, has it been beneficial or not? And for the diaspora over here to be taking religion more serious than other ethnic groups, that does explain a lot. It does. It explains a hell of a lot. Here we go. Eugenics. That was how the Europeans were made, ain't it, man? That's why they're doing that Yakub story on Netflix or whatever they doing it. Told you they telling us what it is. Oh man, don't forget to do that. No. Yeah. I don't know why Q Butter let Cosmic up in here, man. But y'all see why. Let's go, yo. Yeah, gratitude to the Q Butter platform, man. Salute to Dev. What's going on, Dev? Wale? Huh? New. Uh-oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all respond to that one. Y'all know what to do with that. Because we got a whole show coming up about a lot of touchy topics. But hey, that's what a tough love is, baby. How we gonna get to all of these great stuff if we gonna just act like stuff is not there? Now you say the homo, whatever, da 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 da. You know what I mean? And that's a whole agenda too. I know we got to be careful when we on these joints up here. Yeah, let it rule. Okay, let's see. We got this right here. I just think it was fascinating. Well, I don't want to get too far. We're going to do conspiracy theory talk. Oh, yeah. We're going to do a whole show about that. Why not? Is it a conspiracy or not? Is it there or not? Is it figment of your imagination or not? Giants exist. Small, tiny, dwarf people exist. Shit, so, a lot of niggas talking, we don't see the work. Man, I'm about to bang that motherfucker. Hold on. Okay. Let's see what we got. There you go, right there.
We taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch them bring the heat. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip.
Yeah, man. We back. I just had to blast that off real quick, man. Just because, man. Why not? They blasting off to spend it, eh? Blast that off. If you're blasting off, spend it. Blast off the Cubana shit. Huh? Yeah. That's one thing Bobby Hemmings said. We chaos beings, boy. We ain't come here just to love. We came here to shake this shit up. And that's been the problem. Chaos beings. But we've been chaotic to each other and within our own selves, man. And look, with the race thing, with the great, etc., whatever, well known, Dr. Claude Anderson, we confuse race with ethnic group or nationality. Them shits is different. What they meant by race was a competition for resources, a race. Relay race, a competition. That shit ain't got shit to do with no skin. We got to start separating this shit. We have to. There is no, we have to separate this shit. So are we talking about ethnicity, nationality? Neither one of them have to do with race. A race is a competition. I love y'all. I really do. But we got to get it. This is what these legalese and the terminology, and that's how we getting tricked up with a lot of this shit. Leo. There go Wale, y'all. Come on, give me some replies, y'all. What we got? Woo. What y'all think of that right there? Come on with it. We actually got an agreement. They say black people, they say we don't agree. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? I always tell the truth, even when I lie. You gotta love that. You see that? See that, Wale? Man, y'all actually agreed. Ain't that something? He said, what is the indoctrinated scar? You better catch up and figure it out quickly. It's Cosmic Minds. That shit easy to figure out. Cosmic Minds 333. Check the page out. Check the work out. Stop asking 1,000 questions and do your research. That be the problem too. We don't like to do our research and our due diligence. You want to ask 1,000,000 motherfucking questions and not do no damn research. Look it up. You got to do your due diligence. Who is this on Q-Butter page? The person that you heard on the panel before. I've been on plenty of panels before. Where you at? Keep up. That shit be crazy. goofball shit. Up this bitch spitting bricks before. That's where I've been at. That's what this is. People be thinking that because they don't know, that gets you off the hook from knowing. Fuck no, it doesn't. And it don't make you look good just not knowing some shit. And not wanting to know. And then you say on FBA shit. See, and that's another thing black people do. Niggas have niggas, etc. have one experience, and then y'all will connect them that one experience to every experience that you go through going forward. I'm on the what makes sense shit. I'm on what we should have been doing shit. Group economics, circulating the money, creating manufacturing hubs, etc. Taking over this shit. So whatever if you saying that's FBA shit and all that, then whatever it is for you to get it, then okay. If that's how you grasp it, that's what it is. Everybody taking advantage of us except us. And then we are, but then we're doing it to the benefit of others. All the time. We got this right here. Don't run, y'all. I'm gonna give you that tough love you need. I ain't here to coddle you. I'm not here to coddle you. I'm not here to intellectually enable you, fam. You got enough people to do that. You got enough content out there that's gonna fuck your brain up. Real shit. Shout out to you too. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't here to fucking play with niggas. We done been played the fuck with enough. We play too much. We love too much, to what the person was saying earlier with the love shit. Link, okay, hold on. Let me see how to do that. This is my first time on here. Hold on. You see where the goddamn link at? Hold on. Oh. All right, let me see. Here we go. I think I got it right. Here we go. First time going round. Let's test drive. There we go. I think that's it. It seemed like it's self-explanatory to me. There go the link right there. Okay, there we go. Bing, bang, boogie. All right, yeah, I'm working this stuff. We getting it right. Peace to the God. What we got?
What's up, bro? What's your name? Who this?
Cosmic Minds.
Oh, what's up, Cosmic? What's up, dog? This Jahad.
Peace to the God, man. Gratitude for your presence, Nehru.
Peace. So you got a strong title. So give me a summary of what the title is real quick, so I know what to stay on track.
Oh, I mean, however you want to pivot it to, God, as long as it relates to the topic. We were just going whether it's the indoctrinated side or the people that separated from the indoctrinated side, or down to like the nooks and crannies of just different ideologies we need to break. Down to the words we say being spells of currency and frequency and energy and all that, bro. Wherever you need to go at, we got to get out of there. All of it is a part of the what we want to call it, the unindoctrinating or unlearning process to me.
Oh, I heard the unprogramming. There's a word for it, but yeah, like you got to reprogram niggas or something. I get it. I mean, I get the core concept, right? Like if you got indoctrinated with, I don't know, kind of anti-black rhetoric or a lot of the white supremacist rhetoric that the nation is going to uphold, you kind of do got to go through a retraining a little bit. You got to understand why some of the stuff you might think is backwards, or just the history. That's also what gives a lot of clarity too. A lot of people don't know historic context, and then that gives them the opinions that they have because they don't know history. So, but yeah, that's
Absolutely.
yeah.
Well, just to address what you just said in 2 seconds. Another thing that's annoying as fuck. You niggas, etc., have to stop wearing out a fucking word. Y'all have to get some new shit. That's pseudo. What classifies as pseudo? Let's get into that shit. So we gonna have a show about that, because you niggas will wear a word out that you heard another man say. Hold on, bro, because I'm about to jump off the clip on these niggas. Like, niggas will be dick riding another nigga word. Like, that is crazy to me, bro.
All right,
you gonna have to come up with something better for me, bro.
We can get into why we disagree with the pseudo. We can get into that. That's a good combo right there. That's a good combo.
But no, bro. To me, that causes the stagnation of a person that may not be as strong intellectually. Because then, to me, that's a deflection tactic. If we just say everything's pseudo, fam.
No, but not everything's not pseudo. It's just
no. I'm saying you got people that yell at.
Well, yeah, if they not using it in the correct context, then nah, they doing it wrong. But I'm saying, like, we calling out actual pseudo. You know what I mean? Like, I get you saying, like, everybody just gonna throw that word up, but most of the time when we using it, it's used to discredit some real, wacky shit. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna be backed by nothing. It's just gonna be backed by opinions at that point. Like fantasies and stuff. So, like, I get why people be frustrated with that, right? But it's like, I don't know how to really go about that, because I don't think we should change. Like, I mean, we can maybe be a little bit more polite in how to do it, so we don't like be offending niggas all the time. But I don't think we should change the message. Like, I don't think we should let bullshit narratives just be flying just because it makes us feel good. I don't think that helps. I really don't. But like that's another thing, kind of like what I was saying too. It's just the misunderstanding and like the lack of knowledge is gonna drive people into these lanes where they believe certain shit just because they don't know. So
another thing I noticed, God, and Nearly Fuller Jr. talked about this. Niggas think everything funny. Ain't shit no joke, bro. It's like we think everything is a fucking playing ass game, bro. This type shit. Niggas are leaving.
That's me. I said that. Yeah.
Well, goddamn, bro. Come on, man. How you gonna do me dirty like this?
You was ignoring the chat.
I was looking at the chat. I was just moving slow.
Yeah.
I was moving slow as hell.
And you had said niggas. I said niggas are leaving.
That dude do that. Don't zero. That's all, y'all. Just a little bit, y'all. That's all. But yeah, the state of Black America, man. Just overall, anybody that want to join, the link is right there. Where y'all at?
So the state of Black America right now. I mean, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. Like, we ain't got some shit we gotta work on, and I also don't want to yeah, we are still fighting, white supremacy. But I think at the same time, this stuff that we can work on and empowering ourselves, that it ain't gonna come from the white man doing. It's gonna come from us, uplifting ourselves and like holding ourselves to a standard. That's gonna be on us. Not saying white man don't, we ain't old and still gotta fight for what we getting. It's just like it's compartmentalized in different shit, like there's multiple angles I think we need to be attacking right now. Like I think we need to get the youth under control. I think I don't know, it seems like there ain't really no real code or guidance nowadays like everybody's gonna stand on. So that's why I think so many people going off the rails, like at least it's only really young people, but like I don't know, just a lot of like the group think of the whole community. And when I say whole community, I'm really talking about like a certain different like age demographic. It's like, I don't know. I see a lot of them
Mm.
just get swayed by the media narrative, which is a lot of this, you know, hip hop kind of like fed kind of media stuff too. Like they really feeding in a lot on that. So that's not saying rap is like, like evil or anything. I'm just saying like I think the youth is just they need guidance for real. And it's kind of weird because it's like the only stuff I do see us standing on sometimes be the goofy shit. Like we rather stand up for that and like kind of pride that instead of pride in like, I don't know, some positive shit, you know? Like I want to see more positive shit go viral, in the black community than all the bullshit I be seeing on a daily. Not saying I don't see positive shit, but it's like we need to start making that more of a standard, and that's gonna start with us. Like we can't be crying about the media not doing it for us when we have a hand in this too. We could be putting out this media and content on a mass level ourselves. So it's gonna come from we got to change our mindset in a way, and like until we had that conversation for real, it's like I don't see anything changing. It's kind of like we just gonna let society raise our kids, not kind of like raise our kids and set the standard for how we gonna be moving. I see it like the standards all fucked up.
Absolutely, my G. I'm just, scrolling through the comments as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of replies, G. Now I'm gonna give you this one right here. Just a little bit on the pseudo thing. What do you think about this statement right here?
Everything and everyone is pseudo. There is nothing else, Professor. No, that's not true. So when I first learned what pseudo was, the full word is pseudoscience. Like I said, we kind of shorten it, but it's an actual specific definition. I learned this in school in history class, and specifically what we were referencing or what they were teaching us for pseudoscience was, like about the eugenics movements in the late 1800s and early 1900s. There was movements. It really kind of started in America, but it was going on all across the world. This is what the Nazis picked up on. But eugenics of superior race and this and that, and we was taught that it was just inherent bias that they were going off of, and they won't using any real scientific merit to get to that conclusion. Like, so every time I think of pseudoscience, I automatically go back to that's not no internet term I learned. Like, this is a school term that they taught us to really differentiate real science versus like somebody just writing some shit just because they want to, they prejudice or they got a bias or an inherent agenda. So yeah, because I be seeing, I saw not just Wale, but a couple people already was, and somebody said Jihad is already misusing pseudo. That's what I'm saying. We using pseudo. The whole word is pseudoscience. Like we don't. I think y'all getting the definition from the internet, and y'all ain't getting the actual scholastic definition. Y'all thinking it's some whole other shit. Like no, it's supposed to be referencing science that's not real science. Science that's based on some fake shit that can't be proven. Like that's
ain't that something? So you basically what you saying? We put our black hookup on it. We put our black sauce on it for the most part. For the most part.
Well, nah, I ain't saying we. I'm just saying in general, pseudoscience. Because who you saying we? Like we, be specific on.
Well, not we. My apologies. Certain groups that say it a lot, that are black groups or copper tone groups, they use that word a lot. For example, I watched the debate last night on another channel. I don't want to be, whatever. They use that word a lot. And it's almost like a go-to word, like the phrase "Jesus will fix it." You understand me? So
I get it, like how it could be viewed annoying to others, but if they're using it in the right context, then there's nothing wrong with it. If they're calling out something that's not scientific, then that's what it is. You're gonna call it out as pseudoscience, you know. I get what you're saying. It's just like because a lot of people, I don't know. Like a lot of this comes from just understanding, right? Like, and I see a lot of my people don't got the same level of knowledge and understanding as others, and I think that's the main problem we coming at. Like some people walking around with this knowledge, some people walking around with that knowledge, and we trying to all kind of come together with it, you know? Like that's all it is.
Now, when we say come together, I mean, what does that actually mean? What does that look like? What is the application of that? Because I hear that a lot too. We should come together. We should like. What is that? What does this look like?
We're doing it right now.
Okay. So this is one level to it.
We politicking. We, having a conversation. It starts with conversations sometimes. And honestly, we don't all gotta be the same shit too. Like we don't gotta be no monolith. I think we just gotta work out the differences to where we can maybe at some point disagree and still move past that and we just work together. You know, like not everybody gotta be on the same 100% page, but I think most of us, a lot of us in these spaces, we can all agree on one thing: we pro-black. So. Yeah. Like, if we can agree on that, then I ain't got no problem with you. Whatever you believe, whatever you going on, shit, you pro-black? Okay, we cool. You know, that's how I look at it.
No doubt. Dang, hello. All right, y'all. What's good? What the comments say? Anybody else want to come up? Mr. JJ with the pseudo, the professional pseudo recognizer. The pseudo detector, the pseudo detective ass nigga. Yeah.
So look, you really caught up on this word. You gotta explain to me what you must have been called pseudo at one point. What you?
I just get tired of niggas using that goddamn word so much. God damn, if it's something that they don't like or they unfamiliar with, or you pseudo,
no,
you did it,
but it's not opinion. It's really based on if it's true or not. I don't know exactly the examples you try thinking of, right? So it could be some real shit where they might have been misusing it. But I'm saying most of the time when I've seen it, especially in these spaces being used, it's actually calling out some real shit that. And this is a good comment too. Like I was reading that and I was like, he got a point. It's like, don't worry about us using pseudo. You gotta worry about proving it's not pseudo. Like that's the whole point. It's like you gotta, I don't know, like because we could disprove it easy. So it's up to you to prove like this shit is true. And that's what so much shit. Like I use an example. A lot of niggas think we from America, and I get the sentiment of like I can understand. Okay, this our home, so we just gonna stay here. We just gonna accept this. And we don't know nothing else. Okay, I understand that. But just to be like, we ain't never come, we don't got no ties to Africa. That's pseudo. That's going off on a whole different level. That's like some different shit, in my opinion, right? Like that's like the history of America don't even fucking make sense if you rewrite us being from Africa. Like, you know what I mean? Like you really throwing the whole book away at that point. You don't, it just be crazy shit like that sometimes.
Go stare at the trip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big trip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days. They all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage.
So what do you think?
Same type of problems as slaves.
What do you think the state of the black community is right now? And how do you think we move forward from here? Oh, that nigga left. I ain't got no keys. I don't know what I'm gonna do up here by myself. Tell that nigga come back. If he started the show, he need to stay his ass up here. Yeah, I can't bring y'all niggas up if y'all do want to come up.
Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plate.
But I'll read the comments and interact with the shit.
Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts. Then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences. Try to throw shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences. That plus the hate made us climb. Walk through the mouth, count them distances. No, you not taking from mines. They drug us and want us to stay asleep. They blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crimson on different keys. Tripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet. Shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's hearing deceased. Big stepping on they rules. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience.
Hell yeah, they left me hanging. Niggas just started the panel. I'm jumping up thinking it's a show. Nigga just left. The fuck? Oh, hell no. Hopefully somebody else see it with some keys. They, I don't know, they put the show back on or some shit. I don't know. What is this? Am I familiar with the Gospels? A little bit. I grew up in church. I'm not a Christian though.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you back.
God damn, boy, the signal shit freezing my damn phone up. Okay. All right, what we got?
Shit, nothing. I was just keeping the show going. That's all, bro.
Well,
You want me to tell you about the? Oh, somebody asked me a question if I'm familiar with the gospel. So, because he asked my experience. I mean, my experience probably similar to everybody else. You know, I grew up in church and shit. I kind of did believe it as a kid. When I got older, because I had a dad the whole time. Like, my mom was putting me in church. But my dad, he was mad Black Power. Like, there ain't no way I'm gonna get a name like this without having some kind of connection to the Nation of Islam or something like that. So he won't make religious though. But yeah, so he always taught me that the shit was always baloney. Like, it was always just, you know, stories, and also the connection to how they've been using it on our people to kind of keep us oppressed and shit like that. So I don't know, like, when I got a little, like, in my teenage years, that's kind of when I just started falling off with it. I didn't really, because it won't even that. It was like, I'm seeing it in real time, too, because I'm knowing this, and also seeing in real time how it is fake, and how it also, like, people are being, or the players involved, like pastors and stuff, not everybody, but I'm in real time watching, you know, people exploit this out of other people, you know, and I'm seeing straight through this shit. I'm like, you know what I mean? Because I got the cheat code. I'm looking at it like I got a cheat code. I know what's up. And so that's what I was really turned off by at that point. By the time I got like 18, 19. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, man. But I mean, I do acknowledge the faith, right? Like, or just religion actually, I guess, providing something for people, right? Like, most people around the world are always going to be religious. That's how it's been since the beginning of time. So I think it is kind of like a part of civilization or human history or story, right? So I don't like 100% shit on it, right? I just don't like certain aspects of it, especially the history of the Christianity and how they've been exploiting people through it and stuff like that, the church. But in totality, right, I guess I can't be too mad at it because I guess it does give people guidance. People do rely on it for strength and shit. So, you know, I ain't mad at that. It is what it is. I'm mad at the people at the head of the church that, you know, taking all the money, put it in their pocket. That's what my beef with, not with actual Christians and shit.
Well, I mean, how much is it the church at this point, or the people that's the participants, King? I mean, they at this point they doing what's been best for they pockets for generations and generations, fam. So how much is it on the consumer as it is on the company that's presenting the consumption?
It's yeah, I guess it is a consumer. As long as you have buyers, people gonna be selling. So, because I personally, I do believe in that ideology. Like, you can't get mad at the people selling, be mad at the people buying. Like, if you really gonna, want it to change. But I don't know. Like, when I look at Christianity, and I really see it as like a tool that's been used to, maybe not as much modern day, but in the past especially, that was definitely the shit that was like, that was the main tool being used to oppress us. Like, that was the tool. They used that Bible to get us over here. Like, they had to use, not just to get us, convince us into it, right? But they had to use it to convince themselves that it was okay. Like, if they never got
Mm.
that far in establishing that, it probably would have never got it to the extremes that they got to, because they had to, like, the church had to like indoctrinate their own people to accepting that this is okay. Like, these ain't people, so this don't go against our book type shit. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, Christianity was the tool, like the main tool being used to do all this fuck shit. So, like, it was all done under that banner. So to kind of like, I don't know, just separate it from that, I can't do that. That's not factual history.
Well, I think you asked before I left. He was like, "What's the state?" I mean, shit, man. It's such a that's such a scattered scattered answer, really, or a layered answer. Um, but overall, I would just say a state of state of urgency. I don't necessarily say some of it's an emergency, and then some of it's a state of urgency. Um, if we want to just keep it on the simple level of like fiat notes and fiat currency and shit like that, to me, the original people or black Americans or whatever have you, African Americans, whatever have you, we got like another 3 to 5 year window, because there's a lot of other things that we haven't discussed, the humanoid AI stuff going on, how the AI is using up all the usable water, a lot of different things. So we gonna have to turn on to something. We gonna have to click on to something, because it would look real bad if Africa becomes a united Africa before the American, African American or whatever people can get it together. And
Oh, sure. What's wrong
go
with
ahead.
that though? What's wrong with
Which,
Africa getting they shit? Like, why we got to be in competition with them?
no. I'm just saying we've been knowing so much longer. So to me, it looks bad when you've been knowing something so much longer and you still ain't done shit. And then these people that haven't been knowing as much, or a small piece of them been knowing or whatever, or they've been through the same similar stuff, maybe different type of plays, but same similar stuff, and then they surpass you. You feel me? Because I think
I
I
get what
think
you're
that's what
saying.
I
Yeah,
think that's Ibrahim Traore's goal, and with Mali and the Nigeria is to make a united Africa.
exactly.
So
Yeah, a lot of
what's
them
the goal?
standing on
What's the
code
goal
and
for black
business.
people over here? What's the goal for African American people over here? What's the actual goal?
Okay, now let's address that, because that's where I think the conversation gets conflated. Like, that's where the conversation lose me, because everybody got, like, I guess, a different kind of goal or outcome that they expect to come out of America. How I look at it, bro, to be honest, I think the best we could do is just like, kind of, work together and kind of like commerce together. But as far as how far that's gonna go, because some black people, they wanted to go to, like, somehow we gonna have our own nation state in America. I don't see. I mean, it could be possible, right? But I think there's so many other options we could do that would be more feasible and like more easily accessible than trying to fight for our own nation in America. I don't see that being a reality, right? I think a better reality would be if we really on that time, we just make plans to, start building somewhere else we could dominate the space in truly, without having a foot put on our neck. Like, I don't think we understand, as long as we in America, we always, not saying we not gonna keep fighting for what we need, and like, but we always are gonna have that against us. Like, I don't think we really, like, we don't control America. America's controlled by white people. As long as they in control and we here, we always symbolically or are they always gonna symbolically kind of have like a foot on our neck? Like that don't mean we stop fighting. Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like that's gonna be our reality in America as long as we here. We're gonna be fighting these niggas as long as we here. So if the goal, because as I said, a lot of people they be like, the goal is we gonna create our own nation state in America and all that. I'm like, I don't see that. I really don't. I really don't see that. Like I see it. I see us going somewhere else to build that nation instead of trying to stay here and build it. If that's what the goal is, like an actual nation. Now we trying to be on some, like I guess, because I think we can somewhat dominate this space. We're not gonna be in control of it, but the country, right? Like I think we could, like basically get our people skilled up to where all the like the higher skilled jobs and even like to the point of owning shit, like I think we could get that for ourselves, but we're gonna be still part of the system, you know what I mean? Like we ain't gonna be our own separate shit. Even without what I'm saying, it's still very much a part of the system, right? So that's, I guess that would be my end goal with it. Like we just create our own businesses, we fix our housing. There's so much shit we could work on, right? Like there's a lot of shit. So, and I think we can still do that and be in America, right? So that would be my goal. But I had to ask that because it be so conflated when people, like when I hear other people definitions or explanations of what they want to see. And yeah, a lot of they shit, not saying it couldn't happen. It just, I don't see that happening, like us being able to just carve out our own shit without us having to like, fight tremendously for it, if not pay a price for it, Like, I don't see that happening. Just them just giving us a whole bunch of shit like that.
No doubt, Nehru. I mean, damn, that's not how it got made. That's not how this shit was created. So, that's what I was saying about that goes into the state of Black America as well. So many people are divided on what approach we should take. Who's right, who's wrong, whose approach is better. And let's be real now, a lot of us want to shy away from the hands-on or whatever else warfare, but we gotta understand this shit got taken in a bunch of different ways. It wasn't just one type of way it got taken. Yeah, it was a lot of war. Yeah, it was a lot of this and that. But then there was a lot of finessing and shit too. Here you go. All right, come on, Wale. Come on, Wale. What you got, God?
Oh, I just wanted to check in, man. I'm gonna finish my my dinner and then I'll voice up.
Okay, no doubt. And I gotta go and get me something to eat while you playing. Okay. Man, I understand what you are saying, Wale, about the truth, and I completely do. Okay, this is what it would look like for me. All the black gun clubs and militias, they need to have a sit-down meeting, just like we watching mob movies and all of that. They need to come together with all the bosses, all of their groups. Need to have a unknown meeting, unknown whatever, and they need to discuss strategy, war strategy. That's what they'll be in charge of. See, you got departments. That's another thing. You got departments, and you have to have your department that is what? When it comes to that war shit or that militant stuff or that whatever else, you got to get your hands dirty. You got to have your people for that, unfortunately or fortunately. You're going to need agriculturalists. You're going to need farmers. You're going to need different whomever. And then more than anything, I think we're seeing it more now because it's more popular. And then you had that Asian guy come out and say what he said when he went viral. So I think it took a lot more traction with that statement. It's a lot of people that are, I see buying black. I see a lot of posts. I see a lot of positivity with it. I see a lot of, successful things going on. Now, once again, is this affecting the grander scale? Sometimes I think we're taken away from the minor or major accomplishments. However, it has to go into the bigger, I guess, perception of, is it moving the wealth gap? Is it improving things? Is it whatever? Is it moving us forward? Is it helping us thrive? So, and then we got to understand this too, y'all. And I don't hear us talk about this enough. We need a quality control check. I think that's why we've had a lot of what you want to call false prophets, scammers, informants, and different things, is because the melanin, black, copper tone diaspora has been infiltrated and infected for so long, whether it's been psychologically and whatever else. So now it's just like a sickness. You got to cleanse the sickness out of your body. You have to rid yourself of sickness. You feel me? So people that are informants, people are scammers, people that are da-da-da-da-da, they need to be put out of the community or put out of the diaspora, just like a lot of other ethnic groups of people. If you steal, if you do certain stuff, they don't even fuck with you no more. Like, for real. If you do anything to make them look bad in a crazy way, they just don't deal with you no more. So I think we need to establish that part because what we keep saying, everybody don't need to go, it's not for everybody, then that means a cleansing has to happen. We want quality, not just quantity. Yeah, we need a whole lot of people, but we need a whole lot of the correct people. So we need a quality control check, G, because I'm hearing a lot of brothers that's doing something similar to Q, and people saying he's a scammer. Is he or is he not? You have a lot of people that's similar like that. You have a lot of pastors. You have a lot of content creators taking advantage of the melanin, black, copper tone, indigenous diaspora, whether it be mentally, spiritually, emotionally, or a variety. So we got to talk about that quality control, B, because we got a lot of people, energies, or people that look like us. Because we got a good quote for that. All skin folk ain't kin folk. So when we know that, what do we do about that? You see what I'm saying?
That's a good question. I think there's definitely a vetting process that we could do, and I also think there's a lot of us that's already doing it, right? Like, we calling out the scammers and people that's taking advantage of the community, and I think, for the most part, you gotta let a person, do what they do. You can't judge them before they do something wrong. Put it like that. Like, if they do something wrong, that's when we could say, don't fuck with this nigga. But for the most part, you gotta judge a person by the action. You can't just write it off just because so many other people done fucked up and made a bad name under the shit. I don't think it's right for us to automatically put everybody under that same light now. Like, oh, he trying to make money under or raise money under the banner of pro-blackness, or trying to do anything under the banner of pro-blackness. Oh, it must be a scam. I don't think we need to jump that far out the window with it, right? Like, I think we just got to let people be people, and then once they show you, move accordingly. That's all.
Absolutely. Absolute discernment. You know what I mean? I understand the discernment. You are correct. So that's why when we say the broad statement come together, it's kind of like a lot of broad statements or unity. Like you said, we do it on a regular basis. Now, I don't know how much people talk offline. You feel what I'm saying? The real work starts offline. Now, some of it, people use it to make content and use it as inspiration. But a lot of this stuff needs to be applied. To me, it's a lot of things we already know. You feel me? Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We know we gotta circulate our money more. You see what I'm saying? Our resources more, our intellectual properties more. We have to practice, I would say, nepotism, strategic nepotism more. When we give each other, we used to call it the hookup back in the days. You feel what I'm saying? We need to figure out a little hookup system to the people that's worthy. And like I say, when we talk about a lot of the black towns as well, you talk about a code and code of conduct. I think that's what you're talking about, Nehru. You're talking about a code of conduct, meaning regardless of if you know the person or not, they already get the mission that we on because we are of the same ethnic group. I'm out here in a all mostly Hispanic park. I own an RV, and then you could just see it's a un it's not verbally said, but you can just see that they know what the code of conduct is. Do you see what I'm saying? They're not gonna talk to you too long. They even if they're your neighbors, they're not gonna seem too friendly to you. You feel me? They don't want any other Hispanics to make it seem like you homies with them. So it's a lot of unseen things that go on. That like they call it nonverbal communication. So body language means everything. The eyes, different things of that nature. So I noticed that as well. So we don't usually talk about the non-verbal discrimination or the stuff that's not as physical or not as blatantly in your face. Sometimes it's real subtle. You feel what I'm saying? And those subtle things lead up to a lot of the big shit.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's a good way to put it. I think all black people done experience that subtle racism, right? And I think because it's not like straight in your face and like them doing some directly overt racist shit, we think it's not racist or it's not some prejudice shit. That's a better word. We think it won't be some prejudice shit, but no, we've all done seen and experienced what somebody's passive aggressive prejudice is gonna look like. Like they gonna cross the street, they gonna try to not make eye contact, look away from. They gonna be moving weird around you. You know what I mean? Like they gonna be moving scary around you. So that's that subtle racism shit where we've all experienced, but a lot of us don't even want to call it out for being racism because it's not overt. It's not them calling us a nigga in our face or some shit. But no, that's still racism. That's still prejudice. Like you ain't get that experience confused in your head. You ain't seeing shit. You saw what you saw. Like you felt what you felt. That's what it was. So I think, yeah, that's what our reality in America is. It's like, yeah, like even when we are amongst predominantly any other race community, you're gonna see a lot of that. Like you're gonna firsthand experience how you are not 100% given the same like you're not 100% open or received with open arms like somebody of that actual race. You would immediately be able to pick up on that. So that's all that is, man. That's a good point how you had brought that up, like the subtle racism kind of thing. Just like it's subtle, right? But it's still racism. And you 100% know it when you see it or feel it. Like that's what it is.
Man, and then we got another thing of I had to on fan base. That's a black app, salute the fan base. I had to go have a what do you call it? Discussion, a dialogue, or whatever you want to say, with a person that say they have a problem with the word black in the title of something. For example, your product is for black or melanin, or Zyx is black for black star seeds specifically. You got a lot of us that don't like that shit, bro. Why you got to put black? I said, look, they do subtle stuff. Once again, they're not gonna say. Well, sometimes they will say Chinese food. I mean, sometimes it is direct. You feel me? But at the same time, you can see their culture in their restaurants. You can see their statues. You can see their symbolism. You can see these different symbols of what represents them. Do you understand? So, the best example,
there you go.
The best example I can give is this place called South of the Border. They got a big ass Mexican dude that's a big ass statue with a sombrero on that bitch. Big, giant, huge, huge. Pause. No homo, y'all. But yeah, a big statue with a Hispanic dude with a sombrero and stuff like that. Now, mind you, I saw footage of what was it, Cinco de Mayo or something that just passed, And then if you notice that, now maybe that was ours originally. I ain't gonna take that from us. But we celebrate other people's stuff. We do. A lot of us, a lot of us will take on their outfits. We'll take on their, like, if they wear the sombreros, if they wear, a lot of us will go to the festivals and all that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So that's that to me. That's what the kind of like damn. Why do we do that? Like, you know what I mean? Why do we not? Like, it's like we shy away from Afro Black. Like, we were there in the 60s and 70s. We were there, as I'm pretty sure Wale is gonna say. You feel me? But it seemed like we strayed away from that. You know what I'm saying? Black is beautiful, and then of course, we got the etymology of words. I know. I saw somewhere that black means pale. So we have that type of thing going on too with the word black. So what appropriate word should we use? Should we use Afrocentric? Should we use black? Should we use African American?
I like African American personally. Okay. Yeah, because it distinguishes the continent we from and where we at right now. Like it brings both into one word. Black, that word gets too loose and arbitrary with people. People gonna make it what they want to make it. African American, you can't. No, that's very specific. Like, that's a very specific lineage you talking about at that point. You can't confuse that with nothing else. You know what I mean? Like black, I know a lot of people try to say black can only be applied to us if we the only, or try to use that argument like only black African Americans are quote unquote black. But I'm saying no, we do not have. Like, we could try, right? But I don't think that's the word to use, because that term black, we are not like going to be the sole owners of that word. Nah, it's just going to be too confusing at that point. So I personally would think it would be easier to just stick with African American. Now, look, this is the context where we at with it, because like you said, at one point in the 70s and 80s, we was on our black power shit and proud to be African. I believe that there was like a conscious effort done by the powers that be to kind of reverse that ideology in us and make it something we ashamed of. This is where the African booty scratcher and them showing us documentaries, all them commercials with the kids with flies on their face and them looking tragic. I'm saying I think that was a conscious effort done to reprogram or just change the narrative of Africa purposely. That it worked, because somehow, like you said, at one point we was cool with identifying with it at one point, and now niggas are scared to be labeled African or even anywhere close. I really do think it was a conscious effort done by the powers that be to really just fuck up the whole African image. All of Africa look fucked up now. We don't even want nothing to do with it. So I think that's what's going on, and that's why people, when they hear African American, they so turned off by it. They don't want to be no Africans. They just done with it.
So Cosmic, I have a different thought. So when y'all get a break, let me know. I finish my dinner.
I got you, Wale. I'm just keeping up with the comments as well. Yeah, if I pause y'all, either it froze or I'm just keeping up with the comments. I'm not ignoring you. I'm not. Go ahead, Wale. You got it. You got it, G.
You know what? The thing that showed to me, it's a lot of stuff I want to talk about, because almost every word is a issue. Like diaspora, that's an issue to me. I didn't even know that word until like you were probably 20, 30. How old are you? About 10 or 15, 20 years ago when I first heard that word. I didn't even know what it was. People were telling me that. I was like, y'all crazy. I ain't got nothing to do with it. But then again, the next thing I was looking at is the fact, like, I've been around a couple of countries and a couple of different peoples from different countries and stuff like that. Anytime I say I'm a nigga, everybody know exactly where I'm from. I don't have to say nothing else. You understand what I mean? So I
Yes.
tell people from the beginning, like my father told me, we are niggas. The cracker didn't call us niggas because they came up with it. We were niggas before we met them, and we knew it. That's how they even know to call us that. So now when I hear niggas getting upset about being called a cracker, call me nigga, I'm a fight. Well, that's because you don't want to be what you is. Once you accept what you is,
Mm.
you ain't got no fight in that. The last cracker that called me nigga was in the middle of the street. And he called me nigga like he was cutting my throat. And I laughed at him because he had no idea I was aware. I just laughed. He kept saying it like I didn't understand what he was saying. And every time he said it, I just laughed harder because his dagger could not pierce me. Like it'd be piercing all these little, reactionary people who are ignorant of their own being. The thing that
Wale,
happened
we
is,
were not calling ourselves nigga before white people. What are you talking about?
okay, hey, cousin, you don't know nothing past your age. When were you born? Everything else you're talking about is
And you
artificial
know
intelligence.
shit 200, 300
Everything
years
else,
ago? Okay, let me listen to
everything
you.
else you're
What the
talking,
hell are you talking
everything
about?
else you're talking about is in artificial
But
intelligence.
how would you know more than me when we talk about something 400 years ago?
Because I get it from my people. I get
Your
this. What
people
I'm talking about.
wasn't your people. You didn't talk to no
I,
people that was here 400 years ago, Wale.
I say I talk to my people, cousin.
Okay,
My
and they
people.
didn't talk to no people that was
Okay.
here 400 years ago. So you
My
not gonna know
people
more
were
than
here
me.
400 years
You
ago.
acting like,
That's what you
how
don't know.
old are
My
you? Like
people
this
were
was
here.
something going on. Like the word was invented in your day. No, this word is ain't like old, 400 years old, and it was
Look,
not being used by us first. It was being used by white people to discriminate against us.
okay, that's your thing. I'm telling my thing. Would you mind if I finish? I let you finish. Is that okay? Can I now finish with what I'm saying? Is
Yeah,
that
go on
okay?
with your
Oh,
pseudoscience.
whatever you want to say, cousin. I know you got a problem. No problem. The thing that I'll also say this is, if anybody has, I know people got a computer or something in their possession, and I ask everybody all the time to put quotes in there in the search bar of Google. In the search bar of Google, put quotes first, and then put the words "and they were," and then see what Google offers you as the rest of the sentence. Because it's very unusual for a sentence to begin with the word AND, but this particular sentence does. And Google recognizes it right away. You have to use the quotes though. Once you use the quotes, Google know exactly what you're talking about. And they were called, and you'll see, and they were called niggers. This goes back so far, man. You ain't even in this game. The stuff you know that most people know about don't know about what I'm saying. We are not Westerners. That's the biggest problem. That's why I say we into this race thing, but we didn't drop our entire culture. We are not Westerners. The West came over with the Occidentals when they came to the continent that they referred to as the West Indies. When they came here, we were here, and we were niggers when they got here. They brought their Western culture with them, and now niggas are indoctrinated into their Western culture, ideas, and everything. And with just a few minutes, all of that can be collaborated through almost any example you use. That's all I have to say, young man. You can go ahead with your whatever you're doing.
What's going on, man? How you feel, G? We got somebody new to the stage. What you got, G?
Yo, what's the word? What's the word? Peace to the
Peace, God,
panel,
royal
man.
day. Hope all is well.
Yeah, can't complain, man. But what's the topic right now? I just pulled back up.
Okay, this overall, the state of Black America. I mean, I just put Black America, fam. Just to kind of get it going. But just the state of Black America overall, from the microscopic stuff to the micro, macro, and the in betweens. The good stuff, the bad stuff, the indifferent, and etc.
Alright, but shit on. I ain't gonna lie, people like to really dwell on the negative. It's just I'm going to the positive aspect. Some of the good things about Black America, I could say, even though we all might not fuck with each other sometimes, the shit really about to hit the fan. You see niggas coming out. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's one thing I can say for the government. The shit really about to hit the fan. Like, well, I'm in New York and shit. Like out here, there's people that you can live 10 years next to somebody and not speak to them. Like it's not real fun. If somebody come on the block playing, everybody feeling like vulture. Like it's that kind of vibe. It's still community, but it's how can I put it? It's community, but it's a little separated. I guess because the ego, minute shit. You get personal here? You good, right?
Yeah, you
Yo, y'all
good.
can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but like that's one thing I can say that's positive. You know what I mean? We come together when it's record time, when it's needed. You know? And I'm not gonna lie, it's needed right now. I don't know what y'all like, but it's like $10 for a box of cereal. It's getting rare. You know what I mean? So that's why I came in here off the jump like with the food and the fun, like man things. If everybody grew something different, you could buy it. You don't need bread at that point. You know what I mean? It's simple things like somebody can grow you can grow tomatoes on the windowsill. I mean you can grow beans, celery, lettuce, the little simple things you buy in the store. You know what I mean? That alleviate a couple dollars on your pocket. So you can focus on the heavy shit like your poultry. And that's really what I've been doing, right? And I'm recommending that to anybody. Like I said, I already made an account on my own app, holding thing. So y'all see me on the adventure. But, I definitely recommend it. And anybody that got questions and shit, I'm open. I need y'all to recommend as far as what I know. I don't know everything. I'll pass on what I do from experience. I Google.
Well,
Yeah,
gratitude
that's
for that,
solid.
Nehru. You know what I mean? Because I like I say, I hopefully you link with me, man. We could do a whole show about farming, agriculture, and economic power through that. Because I don't think we look at the agriculture side as economic power or farming or sovereignty. So that's a huge part of it as well. And just health preservation, what they call self preservation and different things of that nature, knowing where your food is and where it's coming from and how it's handled, how it's processed, or if any at all. You are correct, man. We definitely need to get more into that. I got a lot of homeboys that's what they call city guys, city slickers, or whatever. And you get to talking about someone building on some land, bro. It's almost like you saying, "Yo, I need you to give me $1,000 a piece or something." You know what I mean? It's hard
Right.
to break them out of that. The that comfort level. Now, how much has comfort played a role in the stagnance of certain of us as a whole?
That's a good one. I think it played a big role. I think people I think because it's like how to explain this too, right? Like also, there's another aspect of this as well. If you don't know the heights or like the limits, you only gonna strive for what you know. And like I've heard firsthand how like especially children, like I think it works best with children when you can expose them to more of a life outside of the immediate environment that they looking at. That actually clicks in their head that there's actually something there they can go out for and get versus if they never seen that they can't perceive it, right? Like they got to be shown it in a way. That's where it comes with the nurturing and growing their minds to reach new heights. So it's not as much as like I do get the comfort. Yeah, there might be people that's just comfortable, but I really think it could come down to lower higher raising the bar, like instilling that bar in the children to where like they gonna hold it in to themselves that I ain't gonna take nothing less than this. Like this is where I want to be in life. Versus this is the life I should be living because everybody else around me done live this life and I ain't never seen nothing different. Like there's two different things there. One is somebody knowing that there's more, so they go out and strive for it. The other is somebody that's never even known that reality was out there for them, never known that there was options for them to go to school after they graduated. There was grants available for them to go to school and pay for it, pay for their books. There's options for you to get small business loans if you want to start a business. There's so many options out there that I know for a fact because I know for a fact I'm in the hood. A lot of my people just don't know it's even out there. So I think sometimes it comes from just exposing it, like just showing them that there's other stuff out here other than just the basic shit they see immediately in the environment.
Nah, that's a
Did I
fact.
hear
You can't
somebody talk
beat
about
this.
people
You can't
going to different cultural gatherings and cultural events? Did I hear
Yeah,
somebody talking
yeah.
bad, like that was a
No,
bad
no, no,
thing?
no, 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 no. I wasn't talking bad. I wasn't talking bad.
I say it sounded like
I
that.
was
I'm
just,
trying to think if that's what I heard.
I was just saying that like Cinco de Mayo or different things. I just see that we pick that up. We go to a lot of events and go out our way. And
Uh-huh.
sometimes we doing the black power thing or different things. It seems like it's almost kind of like a turn off.
Uh-huh.
It's not verbally said. Again, it's just almost like that non-verbal telepathy or sensory of you just sense it. It's just like kind of like a turn off.
You can see it from the support, the
You know what I found
attendance.
out, Cosmic, when in the back in the 70s when I was like a youth there, I found out that the narrative we were being told and the way that we were being directed was all a plot. And that's what my elders advised me of. That was all a plot. People were buying what they call black art. Are you familiar? Black art to the point. Watch what I'm
Yes.
saying, man. To the point that people were buying pine wood cuttings from the Philippines and the Indonesia that were painted black with black shoe polish. And because it was painted black with black shoe polish, it was easy to sell to niggas as ebony because we didn't know what ebony was. And they sold it to us as ebony, and we going around wearing dashiki. Do you know dashiki is an Indian? They ain't even know African design.
Uh
That,
oh.
that's
Uh
not,
oh.
it's not. And Ewu, I found all this shit out because I went deep. I went into the deepness of it to go and find out who was really what. All of that stuff was a fake to get us following a narrative that's not ours and to keep us in limbo like this African American thing and this we diaspora and we from Africa thing. Do you know that recently, just recently now, the geologists and stuff like that, people who be digging stuff up in America, I'm talking just about America, they found not only that there were a people around when the mastodons were on the planet on that same earth at the same time. They've been telling us, no, nobody was here. That's not true. Oh, no. Now they're finding out, oh, it's definitely true. That's why I say all of these facts and stuff, they're not the truth. They just stories that we've been told and that we've kept as though they're real. And now we're trying to dismiss them and it's all false. And
Man, I ain't playing with this shit, man. I'm
we
literally
didn't
about to
take
walk in my house. I'm in the capital of the South. I'll show you
we didn't
some
take we didn't take enough.
slave monuments. Like, god
I got
damn,
all
this
that.
shit
I got
crazy.
all no,
Niggas
I got
gang
all
came
that.
off the boat where I'm
I
at.
got all that.
That
I
is
got all
shit. That shit is crazy.
that.
Like that shit.
Hmm. Okay, yeah, whatever you say, man. Meanwhile, I'm talking, and I'll let you talk when you talk. It ain't no problem to me. I won't be rude to you. So then, now we have to understanding by going to see for ourselves exactly what's occurring without accepting narratives and storylines that are basically unprovable.
Hey, Wale, you got a reply right there on the screen. What you think about that one?
Dashiki originated in West Africa as a comfortable, loose-fitting work tunic for men, typically made of hand-woven cotton. There are onyx, brightly colored Angelina print. Yeah, and you can take that and whatever you want to do with it. But there's a airwu, there's a airwu, there's a danshiki, and there's another thing. I forget the airwu. There's another garment. Awotele. These are all West African garments. Almost every time somebody's talking about West African garments, they're talking about Yoruba cultural garments. They are known as, pretty generally speaking, West African garb. There's Yoruba. And Yoruba has the clothes. I make the clothes my damn self, cousin. I mean, you can go and check, but there's Danshiki, Ewu, and Awotele. And then there's Abada. These are the clothes. And the Fila. And the what's the other thing? Shoot. It's been a long time.
Kuji or
I don't know that word. I'm talking about Yoruba.
okay.
Shokoto is what I was trying to think of. Shokoto is pants. Shokoto. You got long shokoto. You got bata. Bata is the different shoes. You got salu bata. You got bata, salu bata. All of these are Korea. In Korea, they got some of the same garments with the same names. I've been at Korean tailor shops and looked it over with them in their what they call it, their traditional garb, not the stuff that they wear now, with the suit and tie stuff, but the stuff from their traditional garb got some of the same names that the Yoruba has for the same garment within the Yoruba garments section. And Japan has some of the same names of the towns that are in the Yoruba names, and the people in Yoruba country, they have the same town name, and you can find stuff on YouTube where I just saw a little brother run over to Tokyo to do some study, and he got over there and found out that they not only use the town name, they also use the name for uncle, the same word that's used in Japan is used for uncle in Yoruba. You figure it out however y'all want to, but this is what's really occurring. This is truth. The fact they're not gonna ever match the facts, because they have facts about when nobody around, when the earth split and all that, whatever their stories are. It's all stories that they don't know themselves. They didn't even know that the place they now call America was even there 400 or 500 years ago. They didn't even know that. How deep can they really be? And you accept them what they tell you, like it's hey, that's your thing, do your thing. But meanwhile, they have moved our minds, our thoughts into a Western concept of like Westerners. We think in terms of money. We all know that the money is fiat. We all know that, but we'll kill for it. We all know, you understand what I'm saying? Because we're in their minds, we are into the Western mindset. We are out of our minds. We are definitely not doing what our ancestors were telling us to do. And all that stuff about capitalism and all of this stuff, like that's all from the Western mind. That's why they were doing all that kind of enslavement and listen, they kidnapped a dude on the story I saw called 12 Years a Slave. They kidnapped a nigga from somewhere up North State somewhere. They ain't go to no Africa and kidnap that nigga. They kidnapped him from up there in like Washington, D.C. He played violin and stuff. You know what I mean? And they brought him to some place where they then capsulized his body, put him in a state where everybody is in the same state. Everybody that looks like him is in the same peril. And they call that a slave state. But them people not slave, they people. Now I do agree because I did find out that a good amount of African people came to the Americas as slaves, and they were okay with that. When they first arrived to America as slaves, they
Huh?
had and they, yeah, because they were slaves in Africa. They were okay with that because when they first came to America, they had rights very close to what you would think of as an indentured servant. So,
No.
yes, yeah, cousin, you should be quiet or go study something or something, man.
Do you know what chattel slavery is?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Why are you
so
asking me that question?
okay. So do you
Why
understand
are you asking me that question?
we was under
Why are you
chattel
asking me
slavery.
that
We was
question? No,
under
I
chattel
said,
slavery. That's why I'm
cousin,
asking you. We was under
dude,
chattel slavery, Wale.
no,
We was
cousin,
not indentured service. We was under chattel slavery, Wale. That's why I
chattel
asked you that question.
chattel slavery began in America. It did not start in Africa, as you might think.
I
So
know it didn't start in Africa.
when the people who, well, why are you interrupting my narrative?
Like
Why
you
you just
think,
interrupt,
you said, I
man?
think, no, you think the shit started in, nigga, technically slavery was better. Slavery is always bad, but technically, if you are going to pick hairs, it's better in Africa because at least you actually have a way to get out your slavery. And then your kids aren't automatically tied to your slavery either. Shadow slavery is you don't have a way to get out, and your kids are automatically going to be slaves. That's shadow slavery.
So beautiful of you to explain something to me. I told you I already know.
Well, you
I'm
said I didn't
telling
know
you,
it, so that's
I
why I
have
had to
no
check
idea
you
what
on
you
it.
know, man. Why you keep interrupting me is what I
Because I
can't
had to
figure.
check you, make sure you understand. You had a
Make
wrong
sure I
assumption.
understand.
You made a wrong assumption. I wanted to correct you, but go ahead.
I didn't make a wrong
You
assumption.
said I didn't know, and I just explained it to you. Something that you
My,
agreed with.
yeah,
Go ahead.
my story will continue where you interrupted me from, which is the people who had come from Africa who were enslaved were okay with being enslaved. It was part of their culture. When they arrived in America, quite a few number of them, because slavery in their culture and in the early United States was a matter of about 7 to 10 years. All them laws that came later about, oh, this law about, oh, you'll be a slave if your mother was a slave, all that kind of stuff like that. And they made all these different laws about the availability of, you know, your freedom or your ability to demand your own body. All of that stuff came later as laws. Oh, it took about 70 years altogether. But at first, the first people who came over, such as Cuffy's father, they were released from their bondage after 7 years, and they went ahead about their business like they had. That's part of their culture. That's part of all the cultures that were around at the time. So they didn't have no problem with the enslavement. After the stuff that you got to the Americas and started running into all them low lifes that they were shipping from Europe over to the Americas, them lowlifes saw the opportunity to railroad the people. And that's what they did with their laws and stuff like that, and moved into this thing about what you call chattel slavery. What year that developed, I don't even remember the years and stuff. I just remember it was a matter of time. During that time, when it was becoming that way, when people were being restricted and their rights were being deliberately suppressed, people were rebelling against that. People were fighting against that and warring against that. So it wasn't like a lot of people just sat around and accepted it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying once it got out of hand, went past what it was culturally speaking, and went into this racism thing, another thing about that too. Early in the game, when a lot of colored people and crackers were getting out of their indentured servitude and their slavery, after their years of service, indentured servitude was so many years and slavery was so many years. They were bonding, they had been working together in the fields or whatever work they were doing. They had become friends and started working together when they got from under the supervisor or whoever was running them. And they started opening businesses themselves and getting rich. And the people who had originally hired them, which was, let's say, you know, the elite class, they got together and say, oh no, these niggas and crack, I mean, these people getting together, they gonna turn us over. So they decided that if they offer the cracker a better situation than the nigger, then they can build a schism between the two that they can utilize to keep themselves from being in the fray. So now you got this black and white issue. They fighting each other. They're not fighting the elite. And that's how they've been managing this whole thing since that was around the early 1800s that and they developed this story about coming from Africa because they couldn't kill all the niggas. So they decided that they would kill their knowledge of themselves. And that's when they came up with all this other stuff about giving us a narrative about we come from here, there, and everywhere.
We come from Africa. Well, I literally just walked out my house. I'm about to, because I live, there's so much history in my own city that I'm just now catching on to. I walked to this thing the other day and I'm about to walk back. I live up the street from where they were selling niggas off the boat. They got a whole little like plaque I'm gonna go read off to y'all. This is like, you know what I mean? Like, and they telling you the history of this place where they come
Like
off the boat right here.
I'll get the dates of those
I'm
things when
living.
you
Okay,
them.
yeah.
That's
I'm
important
walking to it.
because
It's like
I went
15
I
minutes
went
away.
to I went to the African side of the story and got the story from them. I went to the African side because they got a story, nigga. They got a story. I went to them to get the story
Their
from
story
that's you
lines
know
up the
what,
same way. I could show you
I,
countless examples. But
cousin.
go
I'm
ahead,
telling you.
show me an
I
example
went
where
to
it's
ask them.
okay.
I went to ask them what's the real story, and that's when I found out about the Iwafa system. They already had a slave system in their culture. They referred to it as Iwafa. There were several ways a person can become Iwafa. You know, if they got a tragedy that people died, all that kind of stuff. It's all different kind of ways, but the person never lost their personal dignity. Even though they were a warfighter, they never lost it. And if somebody tried to beat them or something like that, and it was, you know, all that kind of stuff, they could take that person to court. That's how it was in the United States. I mean, not the United States, but in America before the United States, it was the same way. That was before the, not Dred Scott, which was the one that said your mother, the same thing as your mother. I think that was like in the 1700s or something. I forget what year that was, but that was before that. And a lot of people were, like I said, coming together and getting rich. And you know about a couple of them people who did that. And I heard some people would actually come out of slavery, out of their bondage, because it's a bond. It's a bond issue. You know what a bond is? A bond is a thing that you can buy. You could pay for it. You could buy. That's what they were selling, bonds. And the people were bonded to the bond. So when they sold it, they call it selling a slave. They were selling the bond, the slave bond. And the slave could buy his own bond back or get somebody else to buy it for him. And once they buy the bond, he got his own bond back. So a lot of guys like forget the names of some of the people, but they bought their own bonds. Like and even in that Roots thing, they even showed that kind of phenomenon. And the guy went through, uh, got rich and started buying his parents. He bought his parents' bonds. He bought his sister and his brother's bonds. And people say he owned slaves. He owned a slave bonds. Those people were his family that
I'm
he
glad you
bought
said that, Wale,
bondage.
because a lot of people misconstrue that. They see in history that it was slave owners not realizing, no, these are people buying their family members out of slavery. These are people freeing their people. That's most of the time one of those
Mm.
examples when you do see black people buying other black people.
So
So no,
that's
I just
what it
want to
was.
credit you for that, Wale. That was
That's
awesome.
what it was. So that's what it was. So the narrative that we were owning black people as slaves, has that been an issue as well when we say the state of Black America? Is that a thing that's causing us some disruption?
Yeah, it's like kind of like a misinformation that kind of like it's easy to kind of debunk if you just like I said, you just got to know history, but it's a reason for that. It wasn't just we had actual black slave owners like that, like white people. No, it was us freeing each other out of slavery. Like Wale said, it was a lot of times buying our family members out of servitude. most of the time. So that's what that was.
The idea, which is most important, is it was a bond that you bought, not the person, but a bond. Later, it became that way as they started shuffling the legislature and shuffling the laws and codifications. It became a person. Like now, you got the straw man, all that kind of stuff. That, all of that
Mm.
stuff came into play. But it was the bond that you were actually buying. Now, the guys, I think even the so called Moors are now, they tell you when you go to court, ask them what the bond is. When you go to the judge, they call your name or something. You say, okay, I'm here to represent that situation. Will you please give me the bond and tell me how much the bond is? Because it's a bond. And a bond is always commercial. It's the idea that you think in. You got to, it's how you, like erase. I tell people, like, okay, with the Bible, I tell people throw the whole book out. Just throw the whole thing, burn it down, because you don't need none of that story to know what's happening. But if you try to pick it apart, you can spend 3 or 4, 15 lifetimes, 15, 14 generations trying to pick this part, pick that part.
Come on with it.
Throw it out. You don't have none of that to go through. You just look at what's really happening right in front of you. Okay, okay. So what I'm saying is, we have to look at what's in front of us and get rid of all that indoctrination that we've been taught and let it go like it was somebody else's life. You have to step outside of this life that you think is you, this comfort zone that is the thing that you think is you. It's not really you. That's just a comfort zone that you've learned to go to every day when you wake up. You go to that identity comfort zone. This is where I am. This is who I am. Self of this comfort zone, and you live that whole day in that comfort zone. I'm saying you ain't got to do that. You don't have to revert to that comfort zone all the time. And that's what I mean. People try to get out of it. They do the Ayurveda and stuff because they're trying to skip out of that comfort zone. You got to get out of it before you can realize sometimes that you're in it. You're in it. You don't see it because you're in it. You can't see the water when you're in the water. It's all, everything is water. So you know what I mean? I don't know if you can know what I mean, but I'm just saying you have to step out of it to see what it is. They say step out of the box or something like that. I don't know. But I'm just saying that the whole thing, you have to let it all go. Just drop all of it. In certain practices, I call it, when I teach, I call it enlightenment. When you let everything, all your history, all your past, all your worries, all your concerns, all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your relationships, just let all that stuff go. Just let it go. Shrug. You ever heard of Atlas Shrugged? Because Atlas was carrying the world on his shoulder. And as we mostly all do. I got to get this for my wife. No, I got to do this for my children. If I don't get that done, we carrying all that shit. So, and it ain't real. Listen, you know how I figured it out? It ain't real. I watched somebody die. And then guess what? Everything else just kept going. The guy, he was trying to get his daughter into school and pay for her. She went on to school, graduated and everything. He died. You understand what I'm saying? He was worried about, I got to get this for her. And about being about all them concerns. And he didn't let it go. You got to let this shit go. It's not yours. We think it's ours. It's not. Let it go. Once you get to the feeling where you can let it all just go, you can realize what it all really is. And then when you reassess it and go back to it, you can manage it instead of it beating you up or you feeling oppressed by it and all that kind of stuff. That's all a head banging thing. That's all like fear factor and, bullying and bluffing. Let everything go. Everything. Stop breathing. Let that go too. Your body will take care of that. I got it. No, you
Hey,
ain't.
real quick, I didn't want to interrupt, but like this what I'm walking through right now where I live in like Shaco Bottom. This actually was the spot where the black people were in this city. Like this was the black neighborhood of the city. And like there's a lot of history just but the main point we're bringing that up, Wale, is they knew they was African. They knew who they was coming from. Like if you read what they're saying in their own words, not what somebody wrote down, they acknowledge where they came from. It wasn't here.
Okay. As I said before, we're like I even heard you say it. I think we are not a mono. We are a group of people. That's why I prefer, and I grew up under the concept of colored people. We are not all from the same root. We are all from, I mean, we're all here, but we didn't all come here the same way. Some people came this way, some people came that way, and some people didn't come at all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing with your story or his story or their story or my story. It don't none of that stories. Them just different stories. If you refuse to take in the stories of others, how can you expect them to accept your story? So I do accept everyone personally, anyway, whether they accept mine or not. I accept everyone's story, and that's what their story is. That thing I found out about, and they were called niggers. My mother was asking me to, she had been, how do you say, indoctrinated in the church as a child. And so my grandmother, who had introduced her to that religion, said, my grandmother told me to make sure that I was not ever into that religion. So she took over she raised me until I was such and such an age. But the idea is all of those things that we pick them up as children. And that was like a foundation of everything else we learned on top of it. Now that we're adults, and I heard people talk about you got to go through some kind of ritual of adulthood or something, passage of something. I forget the names they call it, but you
Rite of
have to.
passage.
Okay, you look back at your childhood. It should take you about 7 days. Look back at your childhood and go over it. Just go over as much as you can remember. Go back as far back as you can remember. And when you start remembering stuff even further, go there. And remember your own childhood and what molded you to be what you are today and what it looked like from your perspective as a child looking up at it. And now that you're an adult, you're looking down at it. It's a different perspective. You need that. Everybody needs that. Without that, you're always a child looking up, trying to, I got to go over there so they can teach me how to do this. I got to go over there and learn how to do this. Well, did they tell you how to do it? Because that's all you know. You're looking up from a child's perspective. I'm saying, look back at your own childhood, at your own self as a child, and get into that for about 7 days worth. If you could do it ritualistically, it might take 3 days. Some people do the rituals. Some people have to do it on their own, but I suggest no matter, at least 7. So you can look back and see what you went through to get to where you are and what you believe and what you think you believe and what you think you know. Because a lot of the stuff is artificial intelligence. You don't really know it. You just think you know it. You just were told it and you accepted it and you believe it and you think it is real, but it's not. It's just stuff you were told.
You say they were taught. You say they were taught to memorize, basically.
Yeah, a lot of memory, a lot of memorization on that kind of thing. I was watching the show about the Chinese, how they teach their children. They teach them very rigorously through repetition. Almost every science, art they do, math and everything. That's why they're so good at some of this stuff. They do it 100 times a day. a minute, a hour. They just and wake up the next day and do it again. So that it becomes their way of life. You know, when you read a book, watch a movie, and you say, "Wow, I sat down and I watched that movie." Well, it was a lot of that movie you didn't even see. Are you realizing what I'm saying? To be so.
Absolutely. I completely get what you're saying. Yes.
Uh-huh. So once you watch that movie a second, third, fourth, fifth time, you didn't see a lot of stuff you didn't see the first time, the second time, the third time. And this is how that fullness of learning happens instead of just memorizing. But the fullness of learning is now you brought it into a fullness. And you know, like there it is. It's not that you believe it or nothing. You just understand it fully. And that's what that is. So for me, I mean, that's how I see it.
So, Wale, what are you, in your words or perspective, what is the state of Black America in your estimation?
I gave three of my estimation. Black America, as it is called, is like the, the, the woman, you know, is like the other woman to the United States of America, meaning the bitch on the side. That's what Black America is to the United States of America, the bitch on the side. You ain't got to do nothing for her. Just go over and fuck her every now and then when you get ready and, you know, flip a fin and keep it moving. Because she desperate. She ain't got nothing going on. She can't get a real man. So she
Dang.
has what she can get.
Damn. That's something else there, B. That's something else right there. Y'all heard that analogy in the crowd? We got a great audience, man. We got an active audience, man. Salute to the audience been here thus far, man. On my first go round with the test drive with Q Butter. Gratitude for Q Butter in the spot, you know what I mean, giving me this opportunity, giving us this opportunity. And we're gonna be doing future shows on a lot of different stuff, y'all. So hopefully this will keep growing and we'll just keep on flowing. Okay, so Wale,
I have.
economically, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, because you're about to ask me what I want to answer.
So economically, I know the basic stuff as far as we need to support each other and shop with each other. But what else is there to it? Because I know it's got to be some other layers to that.
This is what I was saying about culture. Our culture says that we group up, we huddle. We don't huddle. We have to huddle. We don't even like each other. We have to huddle. We have to learn how to like each other, trust each other and stuff. That's why I keep saying speak the truth. When a person knows you speak the truth, after a while of them seeing that's how you playing, and they gonna at least be like, well, that nigga speaking the truth. I don't like him. But you understand? It bonds you. This is what I'm saying. Bring it out. We have to understand. The only way to unify is to trust one another. The only way to trust one another is to speak the truth and let that be our reputation. It used to be the reputation of my ancestors. I don't know about y'all's, because y'all got different bloodlines and stuff. But the reputation of my ancestors were to speak the truth. And now I'm saying, let's revive that reputation. Because all we have to do is revive it. If we never had it, it would take a lot of work. But we did have it, that reputation. All we have to do is revive it, like a tree or something like that. Just put water on it and check it out. Make it grow. It'll grow because we already did it. Revive our reputation. So when people, you know what a credit report is? A credit report is, does this nigga lie or not? That's what it does. How credible are you? When you are credible, your credit report reflects that. When you are incredible, your credit report reflects that. Yet we are notoriously proud of having the reputation of having a low credit rating. What? We're killing ourselves. We might as well just start every day in the morning, get up and stab our own foot with the biggest knife we got in the house. Just get up every morning and just go to stabbing our own feet. But that's what we be doing. We have to become credible, first of all, to our own self. I grow food. I wake up in the morning, I go out in the yard. I planted 5 trees the other day, 4 bananas and 1 plantain in the ground. The other day, a couple of days later, I planted 5 citrus into the ground. They're already seedlings, you know, they're not seeds. I did the seed thing. Now I'm putting the small trees in the ground so they can turn into big trees. That takes about 2 hours in the morning. So somebody's saying, "Oh, I can't." That's before I eat breakfast. Before I do anything, I just get up, do the little work, build up a sweat, go, take a shower and stuff, and then I start my day. And by the 4 or 5 o'clock, it's like that was yesterday. That's how far away it seemed like it happened, but it was today. And that's how you can utilize we have to utilize what we got to create what we want. It's 40 million niggas in America. $1 a day is $40 million a day. We can open any school, bank, whatever we want to. All we have to do is define this we. Once we understand what we is, we in there. Once we understand what we is, we in there. Like this dude here, Cosmic Mind. He say, "Wale, we need to talk." I'd be like, "Okay, hit me up. Let's talk. Let's get this together. Let's do whatever. Because I understand and he understand what we is. We don't have to call it this or that. It don't have to have a name. The name is we. And then we get stuff done. We can get a money clubs where we get money together and start sponsoring each other. Everybody know how Susu and the Dope work. They got 4 all over the world. We got names for these things already in indigenous cultures. They're not religions and the cultures, fuck a religion. In the indigenous cultures, we got names for this. In this place, they call it a Dope. In this place, they call it a Susu. In this place, they call it a partner. But it's all the same thing. Where people get together, they put all their stuff together, they consolidate. That's what the guy did in that movie with Jai White. He said, "We got to consolidate." The pimps had to consolidate. You got to work together. Once you work together, you can do whatever you want to do. And that's all we got to do is work together. We have a tendency to believe, oh, yeah, he ratted on you. He did that. Whatever, man. But if we got a reputation for speaking the truth, nobody can run that on us. And we have to be able to run that through people and be able to do that with people. Otherwise,
okay.
Thank you, man.
So, no worries. So, what type of rules, because somebody did bring that up in the comments. So what type of rules or code of conduct needs to be within the structure that you're talking about?
First and foremost, speak the truth all the time. Not what you know, not what you think, not what you believe, but what you actually have experienced. That is the truth. I don't care if you can't, that's your perspective, that's okay. Long as it's truly your perspective, what you actually saw, that's what perspective means, the angle at which you saw something. So long as you are speaking the truth from that point of view, we in there. Everything else starts falling into place. I know it sounds simplistic, but after 100 days, it's only 100 days, 365 in a year, less than a year, and less than a half a year. 100 days, we can be on. We don't have to wait to the next generation. Well, I know it ain't gonna happen in my generation. All that. I be wanting to slap people who say stuff like that because they in the way.
Hey, Wale. They be claiming the elders, man, ain't got no juice like you, man. We need more elders like you with that passion and that, because unfortunately, some of our elders, man, when I came up, man, when I was asking certain questions, my parents and them kept me indoctrinated, man, and I couldn't get around something else, because when I was coming up, YouTube wasn't there. Like, you know, this easy kind of like easy stuff. Well, nowadays there's no excuse because you got so much easy access to answers. It's fucking ridiculous. But I was from the era you had to read encyclopedias, you had to read dictionaries, you had to read big ass books. You feel what I'm saying? You had to actually go to the library. You feel me? So now to me, it's really no excuse because you got TikTok, you got all of this stuff that's like instantly you can actually see what the fuck they're talking about. And they have AI now to where they're doing movie presentations about a lot of the stuff we're talking about. They're doing Blacktown AI stuff. They doing what was it before the Blacktown when we was back there as pharaohs and royalty and ancient Kemet. They doing stuff with the what is that? Not Atlanteans. Anunnaki. They doing a lot of stuff with the Anunnaki.
Are you familiar with the phrase I came on with, and they were called niggers? Are you familiar with that phrase? You know
No, not yet.
I was using that reference from the New Testament of the King James version of the Bible. That's a phrase in the New Testament of the King James version of the Bible. In quotes, and they were called niggers. Talking about Simeon. See, when you just look at stuff without what it is and all that kind of stuff, just as a story, just for what it is. Because my mother, like I said, was trying to get me to look at it. She said, you know, nowadays they say Jesus was black, so we should get into it. I said, okay. I had to set her down because she was already over 90 or 80. I said, Mom, look, if Jesus was black, why do they report that the man who helped him carry the stuff, whatever he went up the hill with, was a nigga, was black? I mean, if everybody was black, if Jesus was black, why point out this one man as being black? Yes? That deserves
Hell, I'll take that. I'll take my mom's even doing that shit. Look, my earth parents ain't even open to that. Hell, I would love for them to be like, you know what? Jesus is black. We need to get on that. Hell yeah, mama. We one step away from getting you out of it. You feel what I mean? For real. I'll take that. For real.
So, but she was first generation indoctrinated. Her mother was not. My grandmother was the one that taught me. She was not raised in no church. She, what they call it, converted. Right. That's what they called it. Because she was already into something else. Hoodoo, roots, whatever you want to call it. She was converted, my grandmother. And so, okay.
All right, so, real quick, I ain't mean to interrupt, but let me just read this.
Sure, interrupt.
So, this is like a very historic part of my city, and it's very black. Like, this is really like the blackest part of my city with the history, for real. Because not only am I on the canal that they used to bring us off from the ships, like they had a lot of goods and services, but this was also the main neighborhood they stored all the niggas. Like, this was where we were for the most part in the city. But I just want to read this. The Confederate war machine required slave labor to build its fortifications, work its factories, carry its mines, and fix its railroads, defend its harbors, tend its urban areas, and serve as its soldiers. The freed people in the Tobacco South, 1860 to 1900. I'm imagining this is a black guy that said that. Once let the black man get up his person, the brass letters, the U.S. let him get the eagle on his button, and then the musket on his shoulders, the bullet in his pocket. There is no power on earth which can deny that he has earned the right to citizenship in the United States. As the intensity of the Civil War increased, life for Africans in America and the living enrichment became more and more dire. Not only did they endure wartime hardships such as lack of clothing, food, which the rest of the city's residents, but Africans especially fell under a scrutiny of their neighbors. By 1864, thousands of African men have been arrested on the streets by the provost marshal and forced to labor to improve Richmond's defense. Damn, I'm just now learning about this. I ain't realized they after the war it's saying they rallied up niggas just to build the city up. That's crazy.
Wait a minute. Did they say after the war? I
God
didn't hear
damn.
nothing about after the war. Wait a minute.
1864, thousands of African men have
The
been
war was
arrested
over.
on the streets.
Yeah, the war was over in 1864.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Damn, you see that, son? Like, I be really walking through my own city not knowing half the shit that's in my city, and it's all black. It's all identified with African shit. Let me keep reading.
Open
By
book test,
18,
God. Open book test. Now we just gotta recognize this shit. That's what you doing. That's what it
by,
is.
by 1864, 10,000 men were working to improve Richmond's defense. The majority of them African descendants who had been arrested on the streets by the provost marshal in order to join the labor efforts. Like, I really did not know, but 10,000 niggas is crazy. As the strength of the Confederate forces warned, many military personnel believed that the South only chance for victory rested in the hands of the enslaved. However, President Davis opposed this recruitment strategy. By this time, he realized its potential. The war had nearly ended, and the North blacks could enlist the Union units only after the President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, serving on both the land and sea. Roughly 1,800 formerly enslaved or freed people served in the Union Army, while countless others fought as Navy seamen. The response of Africa's descendants to President Lincoln's visits to Richmond on April 4th, 1964, signified the. Damn, that's crazy. So they saying when Lincoln came and saw niggas here, he actually clicked with them. Okay, I could actually use these niggas in the war. They seem like it's useful. And they actually got a monument over there. I skipped it, but they got some shit where they credit Lincoln coming to Richmond, and they got a portrait of him. And I didn't realize that's directly connected to him letting niggas join the war, because after he saw the niggas down here.
And look, fast forward to now, we take pride in getting to that goddamn military army shit, G. Go ahead.
I mean,
What
but
else you
at the
got?
same time, we
Damn.
still part of it, because that's a lot. I didn't realize 180,000 niggas joined the war, like the Union, to fight, to free other niggas. I ain't know that. That's a lot of
That's
niggas.
something else, ain't
Like,
it,
we
man?
got a whole, like, we part of that too now. Like, we freed ourselves at that point. 180,000 niggas joined the war. What the fuck? Yeah, y'all ain't free us. We freed ourselves. Fuck all that. But nah,
So,
this is like historic ass city. But go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute up.
No. You cool, bro. So how do we apply some of that to the strategies now, though, Haru? Well, moving forward,
I say like, oh, bro, there's like one lady in my city, like she was here 100 years ago, bro. Her model, we all need to study this lady, Maggie Walker, bro. Her model, like, par none, bro. Like, she really had it, like, the ideology down pat 100 years ago, as far as galvanizing our own businesses. Don't feed the beast. Like, that's the language she used. Like, you crime, they oppressing us, but you gonna want to shop at their businesses. We got a famous, well, not famous, but I guess it's the most back in the day was like the main street people did the commerce on Broad Street. That's right over the way over there. She had a storefront on Broad Street. She was like the first African American banker or some shit, or female banker. She did a lot of shit. She opened a bank. She opened like stores. She opened like, bro. But I'm saying her model, as far as like what she actually wanted, I think that's still applicable today, 100 years later. Like, that's really the model we should be looking at. And she was in my city 100 years ago. That's why I be tripping sometimes. Like, I don't know. This should be fucking me up sometimes. Like, they knew more, better. They knew more and like seemed more wiser back then than they do right now somehow, which don't make no sense if you really think about it. But like, yeah, I really give her praise. Like, if she's in my city, I really found out about her just from living in my city more than actually the education system and learning about shit in history. Like, she was definitely a monumental figure in Black empowerment for real. Like, she organized with all the heavy hitters back then. Like, when they came up here, they came to see her, and like, she organized. Like, she was really shaking shit.
Well, I salute that story because what was the name of that movie? Hidden Figures or Hidden whatever. We need to know about those hidden people, man. Like for example, I did a small show on my YouTube channel about what's his name? Vernon Johns, you know, but we usually only get the story of MLK and not Vernon Johns, the group economics preacher that was preaching group economics, and he was a farmer. He fed his congregation off of his farm and all of that great stuff. And they call him the grandfather of the civil rights movement. Basically, he pretty much was the one that did everything from scratch. Do you see what I'm saying? So we have a lot of these hidden figures out, so to speak, that we just aren't privy to. Like I said, I wasn't privy to Vernon Johns until maybe six or 7, 8 months ago. So as we get more knowledge, like you saying, we can put a lot more of this stuff together and just understand, like, damn, you know, and the more you get, the more you start to realize, like, damn, it's really up to us. Like Wale been saying, and a lot of others been saying, this is really up to us. Now watch this now. And I hate to say this, but this is gonna sting a lot of a little bit of a lot. We remember when I said about the quality control, meaning you have a lot that they would call bourgeoisie, okay, in higher places. Now, unfortunately, this is wrapped up in celebrity worship, okay, and it's unfortunate. And they're doing a lot because of, unfortunately, a lot of times we talk about the European, whoever, but then we forget about those people that look like us that's helping them, that's assisting them. And you know, it's an unfortunate thing, fam. What do we do about that level? What do we do about that element? You know, once you get something going, you know, they're sending that that face that can kind of distract people off of what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's always they look for the weakest link. They not gonna never usually go for the strongest person. That's just like with Ibrahim Traore. They know they can't fuck with him directly, so they got to get people in his team that they feel like are weak-minded, weak decision makers. Or if we threaten you with something, you gonna just fold. Or if we pay you this money, you just gonna take this money and then you gonna do whatever. We got to talk about that a lot too, man, because I think the term is sold out. We use that a lot. Do we think we're fascinated with sold out culture? Like the people that push the sold out culture, whether it's the music, whether it's the emasculization. That was a great lecture too. The agenda. Y'all seen that lecture? The agenda to destroy black boys.
No, I ain't never seen that.
Man, fam, that shit is on YouTube. It's called The Agenda to Destroy Black Boys, Nehru. And the way he busts that shit down is gonna give you everything you need. So y'all, in the comments, that's a reference. Check out the lecture, The Agenda to Destroy Black Boys. And y'all tell me what y'all think. Now,
I mean, I already knew the agenda because, like I said, I was raised. My dad was pro-black. Like he told me all this.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
See, you lucked up.
Yeah, you see, I was put on. Like I ain't really have to. I had a learning curve over a lot of other people in space for I think, because a lot of people they getting put on by themselves. All the time, my dad telling me this at like 12, 13, let me know what the world really is. Like, so I think I did have like a learning curve to an extent. Like I knew my history.
Hey, I got one for y'all. How much do we has the integration tainted the way we parent? Do we parent more like Europeans? They call it soft parenting. Do we do that? What y'all think of that?
Yeah.
Can that contribute to the youth kind of going wild, us wanting to be their friends and not their guardian? Like we want to, we seeing more and more. Like it's not like in the 70s, 80s when I come up. I did something in school. Man, my grandma, the neighbor, everybody. it ain't like that no more, fam. It's tough. It's tough out here, man. the big mamas is in competition with the young girls. You hear me? You know, it's a lot of stuff going on, bro. That is a lot of this stuff irreversible. I think I should get to that part. Is this irreversible? A lot of this stuff.
I think it's all not necessarily reversible, but directable. When we direct in truth,
Mm.
once we grab this thing called truth, all these other little things over here and things over there's thousands of little things. You can be, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, we need to, oh, we, it's thousands of them little things, and all that shit to keep you confused. There's only one thing that works, and I've found it, and it's called truth. Once you deal with truth, everything else falls in line. But what we have to do is deal with this vibration of speaking the truth. It's a vibration in the world that
Yes.
we're crossing ourselves every time we don't speak truth for whatever reason, fear, whatever. You know, when somebody can scare you, this is how I treat it. When somebody can scare me out of speaking the truth, I have given them the power of the creator. Meaning, I got to stop dealing with truth and just deal with them because they're more important than what's really happening. So no, I don't do that, and I'm thinking most people should not. I'm asking everybody to start speaking the truth, build this habit up. We're gonna die for something. Let's die for truth, man. Let's die for our ancestors. Let's be in this thing for real. You can't win it by not playing. You got to get in the game. And that's the game. All this black stuff, this stuff like that. Ain't nobody black. For me to be talking about, oh, I'm black, that wouldn't be the truth. I'm actually closer to burnt sienna, my skin color. And I'm black.
Yeah, I like it. I love it. I love that. I love that. It's over
Every time,
200 something brown, 157 browns, man.
thank you, because that's what we are, colored people. But when we got to do this thing here about a line just to fit in, oh yeah, because everybody say, because the white man, and that way the white man ain't white either. I'd be like, I know that. Why you telling me that? That's stupid. I don't call him no white man either. You ain't gonna hear me say that, because why? That ain't the truth. I'm speaking the truth. If you can deal with that kind of thing, then maybe you could be in this game. And like I heard somebody say, everybody ain't built for this. You got other things you're built for, do them other things. That's okay. This is what I do. You know,
Mm.
yeah.
Now, unfortunately, just to add on so we can keep the content rolling, that's a lonely road now, Haru. Unfortunately, man. And I know what you're gonna say. I know you stand in it. I get it. I know you gotta speak it anyway. But man, what about those truth tellers and like you say, they are getting put into another dimension, or they are getting behind the bars, or certain things happening to them. So I mean, how do we protect the truth tellers? Some of them, the ones that have more following and influence, such as Rashad, what is his name, Rashad something. But then at the same time, now watch this. Damn. Now see, this is the part where it get tricky. How do you distinguish the people that speaking the truth from the ones that still the ops? Because what I've studied and what I've learned is it's this lady or this chick or Caucasoid European that worked for this thing called she was the chief of disguise. So I'm just like, man, it's a lot. In this other dude that was an informant, there was a black dude that was an informant. This wasn't a revolutionary school he was taking down. This wasn't a gun club. This wasn't black power movement, like, as far as the broad spectrum of it, or the blatant, hey, this is what it is. Man, this was a writers museum, or a black writers something. I forgot what it was. I'll bring the interview one day. And the black dude, of course, he was inside, and then he was supposed to build a stage. They needed a stage in order to get the funding for da 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 da. So, long story short, this dude helped burn the fucking goddamn shit down. He was in there. He was one of the one. He was one of the people. And that's the first thing he said. The dot 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 does. They make sure they train you to ingratiate you in the terminologies. They're gonna ingratiate you in the slang. They're gonna study everything you saying. You feel me? In one part of the interview, he said the dude was telling him, I mean the lady, my fault. I'm switching people now. The lady said, "What you call?" She said, "What you call an operation, we call a performance." That's when the C, the people that start with a C, that's when they started incorporating Hollywood. So that's why a lot of this stuff is gonna be whimsical, because I know y'all. I know I like movies and stuff too. I'm telling you, you feel me? However, like Wale said earlier, if we're not watching with our mind's eye and watching for the hidden messages, it's just frivolous entertainment. And so a lot of them have worked together in correspondence with each other to keep us in fun in a bunch of stagnant states. So and I know that's a lot. That's gonna be real heartbreaking for a lot. And like I said again, for the person that's telling the truth, that's a lonely ass road, because so many people get away from you, or they fade away from you, or they figure out how to you just get away from you. And that shit, you know, being in this human form, you start to feel it. You start to feel it. So a lot of the truth tellers go into this thing I call hermit mode, to where they just stop putting stuff out as much. As you can see, with a lot of the content, the stuff that's really making the numbers is not usually stuff that is of substance. So now, you know, this is like a whole different, like we said again, from being on the street corner, being in front of the black bookstore, talking the scholarly stuff, like the Sinettas or whoever else. You know what I'm saying? It's way different from what we used to do to now. Now we still do that because we're doing it now. This is the version of us on the street corner, 140 whatever, and we kicking the science, we kicking the scholarship. This is the virtual version of that. So we have that type of thing. And I mean, that's what I heard. Even on here, I had to put the state of the Black America to kind of get people in here. Hold on, what they say?
Are you from New York, Cos?
Yes, and
Okay.
VA.
And VA, that's Virginia, right?
Yes.
I thought I was
Peace,
on mute.
peace,
My
peace.
bad.
No. We good. We good. Go ahead. What you got, G?
Yeah, I'm staying on mute because I'm in the city, but I'm actually trying to walk to Maggie Walker house. I know it's posted on a block somewhere, so I'm trying to just post like she had a mansion, bro, back 100 years ago. Like she was about that shit, bro. Like I'm really so impressed by her, so I'm trying to find the house real quick. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
just
we we
been
we, we need this, bro.
Wale had me saying that we ain't from Africa shit. He had me. I said, fuck this. I'm gonna walk out my house, man. There's too much black shit in my house saying African for me to be like, we ain't from Africa. Nah.
The time I was on here once, I looked up this thing about nigger, right? And there were over 300 places changed since I was born that had the name nigger. And by 1976, I think with the Clintons, they had erased all them places and changed all of them names from nigger this, nigger that, nigger river, nigger swamp, nigger bog, nigger way, nigger hill, all of them. And in Canada, they had changed them all by 1977. So if you were born after 1977, you don't even know about that. I happen to know about it because, I know a few things. And you can look it up, however, in Wikipedia. They'll tell you a lot of that in Wikipedia, what I just was describing. They have pages of it in there about the different places that were changed, when they were changed, the year they were changed. stuff like that. And so I know it's not a welcome thought because, you know, people are in their comfort zone. But just drop that whole comfort zone thing, man, and look at something different for a minute and check it out for yourself. I would do it myself, but I don't want to have to be reading that little stuff right now. But if someone could do it, I'm sure y'all could bring it up and go over it if it's worth it to you. But all those places was because we were niggers, and all these places that we were in, you know, different nigger plantation, all kind of stuff. Though that was they were talking about us, but they wanted to get rid of the name nigger, and they didn't codified it. Now you can't even use it on YouTube. They won't let you type it in, nothing like that. There's other words they won't let you type it in, also like enslavement, stuff like that too. But anyway, a slave, something one of them words, enslavement or slaves. And but they just say you can't type that word in no more either. So they just doing that, and all of them references to African American. Beware that most of those references were instituted after 1977. Once again, those things are not old plaques from the 1800s.
No, we were calling ourselves Africans.
Okay, I'm just saying you're saying that right now, and I understand. I'm talking about the plaques right now. Those plaques were what they call it, updated. Those plaques were updated. Most of those, uh, let's say in the 50s, if you could find the same references and stuff with the plaques, you'll see that they just started using that African American on a governmental basis. I think it was 90s when they started using that, but it might, yeah, about the 90s when the government instituted that as well, like they instituted the erasure of the word niggers. And expect, you know, once we get rid of who we are and never say it again, people will forget that's who we are, even us. And they were called niggers, right? That was Simeon. That's what I was saying earlier. And they were called niggers. That was Simeon. Him and his brother were traveling through the east over there, and they had come upon this incident that involved. You know, this is all a story. Now, I'm not saying any of this stuff is actually real. They came upon this dude that was having a hard time in his hometown, and they were beating him up. And Simeon said, "I'll help you up." You know, because that's how niggas are. We ain't tripping. We help the man go up the hill. And then Simeon and his brother, I forget his brother's name. But anyway, they speak of him in there, in that book, in the story. And they hung around for a while. They were the only ones in Antioch who had actually met Jesus, as they say in the storyline. So I'm just suggesting that, you know, maybe, you know, I see people say they read the Bible, they enter the Bible and stuff. They don't even know what's in the book itself. From Genesis, they don't even know what's in the book. It's all stuff they've been hearing from the pulpit. They memorized some of it when they were children, and they working on that pulpit memorized childhood memory.
Damn, I can't find this house. I thought it was around here. It might not be over here. But I got one more black thing I'm gonna show you. Then I'm gonna take my ass home.
What's going on? We got somebody new to the stage. What's going on? What you got today? Hope all is well.
Oh yeah, man. Everything's good, man. Just really very appreciative. What up though to the people on the panel? I was wondering what dude is he trying to find the AME? I thought he was in Philadelphia. He
Nah,
was
I'm
trying to
in
find.
Richmond, Virginia. I was trying to find Maggie Walker's
Oh,
house. I didn't walk past it 100 times. I thought it was in this neighborhood, but it might not be over here.
You in Richmond or you in Williamsburg?
Richmond, Virginia.
You know,
So to
no,
the rest of go.
oh, Cosmic, you know what else I found out? That in the same year, it was either 1824, 1828, in the same year in Connecticut, there was a law that people who had, guardianship over what they call slaves or servants had to teach them how to read. It was required that they taught their servants and slaves how to read. And in the same year in Virginia, they outlawed anybody from teaching a nigga how to read. I thought that was fantastic. In the same year, those two laws juxtapose one another.
Yeah, I'm
No,
used
I'm
to
good.
I'm used to the
Look.
narrative of them saying you couldn't read. They made it illegal for slaves to read. I'm used to that narrative. But I'm gonna check this last house. I think this could be it, but I don't think it's it. I'm gonna just check it real quick. I swear she had her house over here.
Well, you know that the thing about history, man, and I think when anybody who does like a real, deep dive into it, history is like, so much more nuanced. I think now, since the since the Negro agitator or the Negro Marxist kind of won out in regards to the mainstream social political legacy, a lot of it really was they said they highlighted the horrific or the gruesome. I mean, it was all bad, but I think that other people, if you kind of look at certain stories, like if you look at certain narratives, some people wasn't looking at it the way some people that had a reality that others had. Like it was a gentleman, I forget his name. He went through Virginia, and he did the condition of blacks in Virginia, and you had a lot of free blacks, especially the ones. You had a lot of enslaved blacks, especially the ones that worked for aristocratic families that looked down on the free black people. The people that might have been working for those real wealthy, rich planters, aristocratic politicians and stuff like that. They looked down on some of the free blacks. Dirty called them dirty free black people. Dirty free niggas and all that type of stuff. So it's like, man, it was a very if you read the story of what was his name, Aaron Box Brown. His owner had bought him shoes. So and a lot of people that was enslaved didn't have shoes. So, he talked about that, seeing, he had never been beat, so, it was a lot of different
Bought the
realities.
nigga shoes, so now it's not bad. What the hell we talking
Wait a
about?
minute. Is that Box Brown, the guy that went to Philadelphia in a box?
Yeah, but he got mailed, he was mailed to Philadelphia in a box.
Oh yeah, I heard that story. I got you. I know exactly.
Yeah,
I heard that and saw that one.
I met the family of the people who are said to have met him when he came in. The Steeles, Dr. Steele family was part of it. Dr. Steele was there, excuse me. But yeah, go on with the story, man, because I think it's interesting that
I was listening. I thought you were gonna keep going.
Kind of different stories. Please continue.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad, bro. Yeah, you right. They did have different perspectives, and some slaves they didn't see a problem with it, but I would say they was indoctrinated to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, well, see, that's why I said it was a lot of different. It was a lot of different perspectives, like how we might have got the story how the story looks or how it's painted, and you're pretty much getting a summation of events. But if you look at some of them stories, man, it's like you had a lot of different perspectives and a lot, and I guess, and again, like I said, if that's all you knew, if that's all you knew being taken care of, from a child to, old age, if that's all you knew was the big house and the plantation system, it's a lot of people that looked at that way different than how, we might have looked at that, because that was their whole life. That was their whole experience. That's why it's like history. You read some people narratives, you be like, well, dang, that's why I see, even when they talk about Jim Crow, people talk about that as if that was like an overarching experience. And then if you read somebody like Amzie Moore's story, the one he was over the Black and Tan Association, he said he didn't know what segregation was in Mississippi until he went to the Navy, to the Army. And that's
Yo,
when he,
that's
so
crazy you
yeah.
put it like that. Cause my mom grew up in Mississippi when it segregated Mississippi. Well, I don't know if it. She was born in '64. I don't know if it was, but how she explained it, right? She explained the shit like she didn't see nothing wrong with it. Like they had like they went to school was integrated, but they had separate events for everything. They had separate proms. They wouldn't let the white kids and the black kids do anything together. They just had it different. Like y'all had y'all shit over here, we got our side of town over here. And I'm like, that's segregated. Like she really not seeing anything wrong with that. That's like that's to her how she explained it. That's just what it was, because she never seen anything past that, so she ain't really acknowledge it as being wrong. If that makes any sense, kind of like what you're saying. Somebody that's all you know, and you don't even know there's other options where it's not like this. You're not even gonna fathom that. You just gonna think this is what it is. Like why we? So that's crazy. You brought up that Mississippi example because my mom grew up in Mississippi. She be telling me how backwards that state was and all the shit that was going on, and she don't see it like I see it. I see it as like that's a problem what she was going through. She look at it like that's just what it was. Like I don't know. She didn't see it like that.
It seems like the younger generation, like this youth here, feel like being among the crackers is something to be glorified or something. And at the time, especially in the 50s and 60s, that wasn't always the case in people's mind. We didn't want to be around them. So when things were separate, we were fine with that.
I
Because we
understand
didn't
that,
want to.
Wale, but it wasn't equal. It was separate, but it was never equal. That's my
It's
problem.
always it's always equal that everybody can do their thing, and that's equal.
No, but when the system is literally called separate but equal, meaning you're supposed to have equality between both if you're gonna have it separate and it's not upholding that, that's a problem. Like that's why I understand, even though like to your point, a lot of people didn't want to be around black white people. But they understood this separate but equal shit ain't cutting it. Like we getting the very short end of the stick. So the logic behind it was let's integrate into a system that already has all the resources instead of rely on this other system that's not going to get us resources. I understand their logic. It's not saying that they wanted to be around white people. It was understanding the education wasn't the same. It was understanding so much stuff was lacking because of resources, because of the separate but equal thing.
That's not the way we saw it at all. There was nothing lacking at all. As a matter of fact, as a result of the integration, we lost all our school principals because they integrated into these cracker schools. We lost all our teachers because they just weren't hiring them. They already had teachers. And we lost all our, what they call it, tempo. We were moving in a certain direction at a certain speed as a people. And it got all confused and mixed up by the education system that we were forced into adapting to. And that's the part that maybe, is missing from all of these narratives, but that's the part that I most readily recognize. And we were fine. Like I said, we even tried to, my parents, them, because I was still a child, they even went to the board and all that stuff to object to all of that integration. We did not want it. We were running our own tempo. We had our own stuff, we knew what we were doing. We weren't lacking. We knew other places did other things and lived in other manners and ways. We chose not to be around crackers. That's not something that we saw as advantageous and so forth. It has very when that woman you're talking about, you're looking for a house. At that time, Negroes in America, it is said by the paperwork, own millions of acres of land, and right now they don't even own, you know, 1% of that land at this time. And that's because of all this integration and the mixation, and everybody's the same and separate but equal, all that kind of talk like that. There's no such thing as that. That's all some pitter-patty word to get you to do what they want you to do.
When you say there's no such thing, you're saying that literally didn't happen in history? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying it doesn't exist. Separate but equal does not
Yeah, it's a
exist.
lie. It was a
It's
lie.
either separate or it's not separate. And whether it's equal, I said it's equal because you
The
get to do
whole
your thing.
point was equality, though, Wale.
I'm saying, cousin, you're trying to be equal to something that's less than you. Why?
Well, if it's less than me, I should get the
Hey, hey,
same rights, if not more, than the thing that's less than me. What we talking about? We didn't have the same amount of
I,
What you
rights.
I,
mean
I
you
think no, no,
should
no,
get?
no, 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 no. I'm thinking Wale, real quick, pardon self. I'm thinking Wale is coming from the
Look at the
aspect
name of
of
this. First African Baptist Church. Let's read when it was founded. Tracing its roots to 1780 as the First Baptist Church, the first African Baptist Church was brought and organized by freedmen and slaves in 1841. The present building was erected on the same site in 1876. This niggas built this, and they acknowledge they Africans. That's what they saying. Like, I don't know, bro.
now.
Well,
I
well,
think he was talking about from the aspect. I'm thinking he was talking about real quick from the aspect of equal, meaning the opportunity to do what you want to do freely. I guess that's what Wale is talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can do what you want to do. We don't we can all that redlining and stuff. We 44 million people. We put $1 in a day. We don't need their banks. We can do it ourselves and rely on our own selves. That's all we have to do is rely on our own self, work together. By us always trying to get up in their ass, I mean up in their aspect and assimilate with them, because that's the next thing is assimilation. And once you're trying to assimilate with them, you will always be at the bottom of the totem pole because you're coming in at the bottom. Once you come in as yourself, you will be at nobody's bottom, at nobody's totem pole. But as long as you're coming in as an assimilation, that's what you will always be. And if you want to put it, I don't see myself being, I don't see putting myself in that position on purpose or willingly or anything like that. I don't see any reason for it at this point. So I'm saying that I know about the AME, African Methodist Episcopal Church, as well as the Baptist Church that you just mentioned, and I saw how you read it, but all of that doesn't really matter to like say that's the story of everyone. It's what that's the story of those people that is so beautiful. There you go.
Well, this is my story. This is a black ass city. Like the
Yeah.
whole history black, but it's kind of getting erased. Like it's sad, but that's really like this was the blackest part of my town, and it's being gentrified right now. For the last 200 years, it's been where all the black people there, and they acknowledge that's where they were from, Africa.
Yeah.
Now, right there, that's another discussion as well. We can pivot to as far as subtle gentrification and then blatant gentrification. What are you seeing from your perspectives on that, y'all? And then we'll get to the some economic talk after that, hopefully.
The whole country has been being gentrified, whatever you're saying, since day one of the cracker arriving. They've been taking over land, all the stuff, and people stuff like that, and everything. I told you it was niggas had millions of acres. They don't got them no more. They've been taking gentrified, whatever that thing you call it. They've been doing that all the time, the whole time. It's just continuing. And then we got this thing about we trying to run here and run there instead of working with each other.
Let me read this real quick. Execution of Gabriel. Near here is the early site of the Richmond's gallows and burial grounds for Negroes. On the October 10th, 1800, Gabriel, an enslaved blacksmith from Bronxfield Plantation in Henrico County, was executed there for attempting to lead a mass uprising against slavery on August 30th, 1800, which then was portrayed by two slaves. He was portrayed by two slaves. Gabriel escaped and eluded capture until 23 September, when he was arrested in Norfolk. He was returned to Richmond on September 27th, incarcerated, and stood trial and condemned. At least 25 of his supporters were also put to death there in other jurisdictions. So shout out to them. Rest in peace. But nah, that's real ones right there. I'm gonna just have to read everything black when I walk by it. My bad, y'all.
I heard Denmark Vesey had a similar episode. A person by that name had a similar episode or story. Are you familiar with that story as well?
Here's another one coming up.
I think Wale was asking you something.
Oh, what you said?
I said there was a story told about a person named Denmark Vesey. And the story was very similar to the story you just described. I was wondering if you knew of the story attributed to Denmark Vesey also.
Nah, I never heard of him. But
Oh.
salute to him too if he did something similar. I mean, everybody that was freedom fighting back then, they definitely get my condolences. But let me read this real quick. Richmond's first municipal African cemetery. Like, look at, they're using African on everything. God damn it! In 1799, the city of Richmond acquired the land in this area for the first municipal burial ground for enslaved and free Africans and people of African descent. One of the several town gallows was located here. Objecting to this and other what is that? Indignities, including frequent flooding that disturbed burials. Free black Richmonders petitioned for a new cemetery in 1816. Richmond, oh no. The city opened the Shockoe Hill for African burial grounds a mile north of here by 1957. Interstate 95 and parking lots covered much of the original cemetery. Beginning in the early 1900s, community activists led an uh, ultimately successful campaign to reclaim, protect, and memorialize the Shockoe Bottom African Memorial Ground. So, like I said, this is Shockoe Bottom. I don't know if y'all saw me up the hill, but you can see basically the whole spot from up that hill. They put all the black people on the bottom. This place is always known to flood and shit, but they basically saying, they always was protesting against. And look, this is also another thing. That's 95. They put 95 straight through the neighborhood. Like that's my city also went through that where they say, they put in the interstates to all the black areas. Now they put that bitch right through the neighborhood. Like I'm walking through the neighborhood right now. Just walked over the highway. So yeah, man, hold on. Let me go back over here and read this real quick. But I don't know, man. Because when Wale, the only reason I did this, Wale, you started me on this, and I'm glad I did this because you started this shit saying we ain't from Africa. After the sale, slaves going to the south from Richmond.
I didn't say that. I said some of us are not from Africa.
Man, my city way too black for me to be saying that. Look at all them Africans right there. This is like 100 years ago. This is Shockoe Bottom, where I'm at right here. And this is where they was at. That picture from 1905. But yeah, they were saying in the early 2000s, I guess a lot of community activists, my dad was probably one of them, band together to like put a lot of this, like make sure that this was a historic spot. Like, you know what I mean? They ain't gonna just wipe over this history for real. But this is where we was. This is where we've been for the last 300 years, right here where I'm staying at. And I think that's crazy to really think about, especially when, like I said, we got real black activists that was like in the same city I was 100 years ago, putting in real work. Like that shit. And their plan was so comprehensive. It's almost like I said, it's like they knew more or they were wiser than we are right like today, which makes no sense to me. It's like how do we fall so far behind, in my opinion? I don't get it.
Well, you know what I'll say.
You kind of get it. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say this to keep. I don't want to go too out because I wanted to speak on when the dude was talking about the being the segregation and a lot of that. And people who didn't want that versus the people who did. Again, like I said, it wasn't one viewpoint. You know, you had some people who wanted that, and you had some people that didn't. But I just think that like, okay, once people gotta realize, once you gave up that reality, you pretty much gave up the community. You know, I think that was something that came with it because, okay, without the color line and without the accompanying legislation, you know, we don't really have too much, you know, separate recognizable culture. I really don't think that we have too much development as a separate people, period, to be honest, you know, like, because you think about with the AME, if Richard Allen and Absalom Jones and who else was in there? Like James Johnson and who else was some people in the Philadelphia Cato Freedman, and it was a couple other people, but you know, you think about it, if they get fair treatment, Morris Brown, if they get fair treatment within the mainstream Methodist Church, you know, there is no real reason, you know, for the AME. You know, a lot of the stuff that black people started was because they couldn't get fair treatment within the mainstream of white society. You know what I'm saying? And you had other areas either they couldn't get fair treatment or the white people were just banning them completely from being within their world and forced black
Exactly.
people to a separate
Yeah.
social reality. So, you know, you think about it like, okay, when people say, well, this and the third, but if that's the foundation really of your community and of, you know, why you got a lot of the HBCUs, why they built a lot of the black towns, why they built a lot of the black congregations, because really the church kind of separate on their own because what was that dude, George Leo and Jonathan Byron, because that's where the black man can have power, you know, was as a black preacher and in the black church. But a lot of the people, when you kind of gave that reality, like I said, I think that they should have thought about that. You know, it was more than just Martin Luther King and them people, and that it should have been more voices. The people who wanted to be within the black community versus the people who didn't. You know, because you always had people who didn't. Like I said, the Robert Morrises and Thomas Dolans. You had some hardcore people, integrationists way in the 1700s that didn't want no black community or separate black culture. So I just think that it should have been like more voices because like where I'm at, you know, it's I don't know. You just ain't gonna have. I don't think that you have an actual black community as you go along. Like we'll to me eventually drift apart, you know, in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? It just because a lot of those bonds was held together by that reality. So I think that they should have thought about that. You know what I'm saying? That just came with it. Once you chose the integration route, or once that won out, I'll say, because everybody was different. You kind of got the reality we got now is gonna come. You know, and a lot of that historical stuff that was kept solid and was, you know, was kind of fortified by that system. Once those things weren't there, black people got choices, and once black people got choices, people chose to do things that, you know, weren't conducive to that, weren't conducive to community cohesion. You know, so that came with it. You know, that's why when the gentleman was saying that, yeah, them people with the AME and a lot of things, but it's like now you don't have to do that. Like, you know, you just don't have to. You know, black people I don't got to build a community. I could just move somewhere else. I don't have to take care of this or be responsible or work with y'all. Like it's other options, you know. So that's why I think a lot of things, you know, it's just gonna go to and for good for bad. You know, not saying it's bad or good, but you know, to get a little, you had to give up some stuff. You know, that's how America calls. You know, so
That's a fact. Oh, real quick. So right now I'm walking back to my, but that was in Shockoe Bottom, right? Like it's in the bottom. Right now I'm going up. The area I'm going to is Church Hill, which has also been known as a historically black part of the city. Like at least more in the recent years, like going back 20 plus years. Yeah. This was all black. Church Hill was at least, but it's been like you see all these new apartments. It's slowly and for surely because this high key is like the best part of town in my opinion. They buying this shit up and like they pushing more and more black people out this shit. Like so, yeah, that's because I think somebody brought up this the conversation of gentrification. I just wanted to highlight that because I've seen it in real time. Like when I was riding through this area, I would say at least 10 plus years ago was way definitely all black. Now it's like the college kids they done moved in because they got the college downtown. They got a lot of shit going on. So Yeah, gentrification, man. It's like we gotta. I don't really know how we could compete too much because a lot of us aren't in the positions to be buying up real estate like that. But I mean, it's probably gonna take a lot of communal efforts, like joining a lot of your council and town meetings because all this stuff had to get zoned and approved first. And if you can make enough noise and speak up against it, you can get some motion. But I think this small stuff like that we can do to combat gentrification going on in our neighborhoods. It doesn't
You
have
know
to
what this
always be financial.
reminds me of a story that I once watched occur. He was in the 60s and 70s, 1960s and 70s. And the elders were doing what they call boycotting. They boycott this, boycott that. And I heard them talk about it and reasoning, because they used to reason, huddle up, and they used to huddle. And they were reasoning, and they said, yeah, but how long we going to boycott these people? I think there was a boycott going on when Dr. King was murdered. The people said, okay, the thing about a boycott, I heard as a perspective, is this: you could boycott for so long, but then you have to have an alternative. You have to come up with an alternative. Like you say, okay, we ain't gonna buy from the Chinese or well, whoever, whatever the boycott is. Well, you have to build it up so that your people can maintain the supply. And then when you boycott them, you don't have to go back to them. You have leverage. But when you boycott them and you have nothing, no alternative, you have no leverage. All you're doing is denying yourself. And if they wait around, because they're the one with the product, like the food, you got to go so long before you got to eat. But if you want to say you're going to boycott somebody, you ain't going to buy their food and stuff, but you're not growing no food. That's what I'm saying. You got to grow some food if you're going to, play that game. Otherwise, it seems like that it's a loss already. That that idea, you can get something done, but it'll just put you back in the people's pocket a different way. But you will still be in their pocket. And so that should be considered when you're thinking about boycotting. Is getting together. If you got a unity enough to boycott something, maybe you got a unity enough to create something for yourselves and utilize that. I'm saying $40 million a day. $1 a day ain't nothing to y'all people, man. 40 million a day, that ain't nothing. If all of them people $1 and put it in just like that, write it off or whatever your income, I don't know. And that's a lot of money that we could be having toward our aggrandizement instead of having to go to these other people to get loans and all of this stuff, and they could buy us out. We could buy a whole half a city. I was in a city that I was trying to buy the whole block was purchasable by $100,000. The whole, I had already had a piece of the block myself. I'm saying the rest of the block was, I could purchase the whole rest of the block for $100,000 and put all kind. It was buildings there already, tear them down, put up new ones. Who cares? But I'm just saying things can be done. We have ways of doing stuff, but we must work together. Individually, they shoot you, you're done. But when we work together, everybody's putting down. And you said something about when they truth speaker. When everybody's speaking the truth, this is the same thing I said about reefer. When they said reefer was illegal, I said, take all your seeds, don't flush them down the toilet and all that stuff. Throw them out on the ground. It's weed. They want to grow. And if weed is growing everywhere, they can't make it illegal. It's too much. So if everybody's speaking the truth, who are you going to shoot? Everybody's doing it. It's too much. You can't shoot everybody. You get it? So no, don't just have one or two. Oh, one or two, we're going to go and see him. He speak the truth. No, you speak the truth. You ain't got to go see nobody. The truth is right in front of your face. You don't need to go and study nothing and listen to nobody. Not even me. The truth is right in.
Just study.
You ain't got to study nothing. Just look, study the sun, study the moon, study a tree, study the dirt, study an ant. Do you know ants? Ants have societies. There's a thing called the black ant. I read it. It's a psychological paper, man, called the
Not the
black ant.
Negro ant.
Cousin, I'm saying the black ant. I ain't never said
Yeah,
Negro.
Negro hand is
My
crazy.
bad. My bad. I apologize. I apologize.
It's a what they call whatever they do with bugs. The study is because the red ant is called the European ant, and the red ant controls the black ant like nobody's business.
See, you are making
Such
it
a,
about the Negro ant. See?
I ain't making it about nothing. I'm making it about ants. Whatever you want to make Negro and all this stuff, that's up to your mind. I'm telling you about the society of ants that have been studied, codified, rectified, understood, and the rest of that stuff. All you got to do is look at it, and
So
then
the
you can see how,
European red ant is in control?
indubitably, to the point that a red ant. Watch what I'm telling you, and you'll see what this thing is. This thing is a very, very studied. The thing is, the red ant can come into a black ant's abode and bite the head off of the black ant's wife and children. And the black ant will do nothing. However, when a black ant just crosses too close to the threshold of that same black ant's house, that black ants will try to kill it.
So the black
Look it
ant's
up.
his butt.
Look it up.
Okay.
The black ant.
Well, what's the point of saying that? What's the correlation there?
The correlation is the society. The ants have societies. That's just one society of ants and their relationship to each other. There are other societies of ants who have different relationships to one another. So it's not anything necessarily.
Oh, so you're saying in the
That's-
ant society, red ants are supreme. Like they got red
No,
ant
I'm saying-
supremacy.
European red ants.
I haven't said
European.
Red ant
Yeah.
supremacy is crazy.
I'm saying in that particular society of ants, because some ants are reared in different societies and they behave differently, and black in different societies.
No,
they
you
behave
just explained red ants is at the top of the food chain.
You're trying to make this bigger, more than it is. I'm just talking about a specific group of ants.
The European red ant.
The
And the Negro
European
ant.
black and the black ant that's in that particular area, and that's their behavior. However, in other ant populations in other locations, they behave differently. Ants do. Their societies run different. That's all I
Mexican
wanted
ants.
to point out. I just trying to point that out so you don't think this is something that it ain't. That's all. But I was also advising you of the psychology of it. And then when you read, if you should ever read the paper, because I think it's about 3 pages long, it might be a little longer, but if you should ever read the paper, they go into the psychology of it and how it can be useful to use it within the psychology of man.
I hear you, God.
So the psychology of man. So who in this example is who?
Yeah, because I'm the black ant. I'm the Negro ant. So you just saying I'm getting a foot in my ass by the red ant, and they gonna bite the heads off my children.
How many times have we? How many
Oh.
times have we, as a group of people, been infiltrated by crackers or something? They police come in, shoot everybody up or whatever, arrest everybody, whatever they want to do, and then we just sit around in that. But then when a colored guy do it, we gonna kill his whole family.
So why did
But
you
then-
act like I was crazy when I was connecting
No,
it to the
no.
black experience? I hear what you
I'm
saying.
not here. I'm not
The
saying.
Negro ant.
I'm not. Yeah, that's the part. I'm not trying to say you're crazy by connecting it. I was saying, the connection is not permanent. There's a psychological phase of this that's been studied and practiced to put what you call the Negro certain mindset. And that's what I've been attempting to get maybe some people to recognize that there's a certain mindset. What you like it, don't like it, want to change it, don't want to change. I ain't talking about that. What I'm talking about is to recognize that we're in a certain mindset, and it's not really ours because we all know they make that money in the basement. Whatever, how much money you got? This Willie, right? Willie,
So
you
let me
know what?
ask you, what
Real
should
quick,
the
I want to point
Negro
this out. The
ant do?
gentrification stops right there, and then
What
when you
should the
cross the street,
Negro
you in the hood.
ant do? How does the Negro ant empower himself? The black ant.
Oh, I didn't see that as part of the study.
Mhm.
However, in the study, the what's the name of it? The one that was, they have people writing it. I think it was two people doing the study together. One of them said all they have to do is work together and they could beat the red ants. They just have to be willing to work together. But they got some kind of thing where any little offense by another black ant is blown out of crazy proportion. They go nuclear.
It's the coon ants. I'm telling you, the
I,
coon ants, they
I
throw
think it's the
everything off.
no. I'm saying all of them do that, not just this one or that one. They all have that same response to one another. That's what I was saying about this whole thing about we don't trust each other. We don't bond with each other. Marcus Garvey said it over 100 years ago. We don't bond with each other. We don't have that natural cohesion. We're not displaying it in any form at all. And now,
That's
100 years
stupid.
later, huh? And 100 years later, when it's most pertinent
That's
that we do,
dumb.
we
Black people
still
have
have.
shown cohesion in a number of
I'm
different
saying,
ways.
I'm just saying, man. I'm saying if you don't see what I'm saying, then you can name all of them different ways, and then when you finish naming all them different ways, explain to you have children.
No, I'm challenging what you're
Oh,
saying. I'm saying it's
okay.
goofy, right? Like
Well,
you
of course
made the
it's going.
statement that blacks haven't been able to unify and get on the same page. I'm saying that's dumb. There's more than enough examples of us working together.
Like what, for instance? One, two, three. I don't care.
You asking for an example of black people working together?
On a mass scale like you seem to be one to imply. Yes,
You would disagree that the civil rights wasn't an example of us working together and accomplishing something. Most importantly, actually accomplishing some shit. You would disagree
absolutely,
with that?
of course.
Why would you
Because
disagree
what
with
was
that?
accomplished, especially by civil rights is a monetary thing. You know that it's a money thing. Civil rights is
No.
a remedy in money. Civil rights is a remedy in money, in cash, in fiat. So
Do you
now,
know what civil rights are?
Jesus Christ.
Because I think
cousin,
that's the
yes,
problem.
do you
You
know what
gotta
civil rights are?
you got an
Tell us,
inaccurate definition.
tell us what civil rights are, then,
And
cousin.
bro, you was just gonna let him keep crashing out before I got up here.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me what civil. No, whatever you say. Tell me what civil rights are, because I obviously, according to you, do not know. Please explain.
Explain what the premise of
Yeah,
civil
one
rights
second.
is.
It's loud.
That's what you asking?
Yes.
Civil rights are legally enforceable guarantees that ensure individuals are treated equally and protected from discrimination. That's a simple answer.
Or read the first two or three words you said a verb there that I missed.
Civil rights are legally enforceable guarantees that ensure individuals are treated equally.
Okay. Go ahead with that. Now, how do you ensure that? What's the remedy? How do you get remedy?
I mean, there's
Let's
multiple
say you got a
ways.
civil rights case, somebody stepped on your rights or whatever that thing you just read. How do you get remedy? How is remedy distributed? How do you get remedy? In what form? What
Go get
manner
your
do you get
gun.
remedy? Oh, go get your gun. You're a funny guy.
I ain't being funny. I ain't
That's a good
laughing at
question.
all.
That's a good answer though too.
I ain't
That's
laughing
exactly
at
how they
all.
took it.
I was
That's how
dead
they took our
serious.
rights. So that's how you get them back. To be honest.
Yeah, it don't have nothing to do with civil rights as far as some kind of thing that they got about this protection stuff. We had what we at the time, people were doing what we call freedom rights. Our rights to be free, not no civil rights, our freedom rights. Because freedom rights was the thing about get the gun, because that's why they came down, the National Guard came down to the South, was because we had I was still a child, though, but the elders had picked up guns and were fighting for their freedom. And we were talking, and they were talking about freedom rights, is what I heard. And then somebody started talking about the civil rights thing, and they held a forum. What do we call them? A forum. We used to call them you know, powwow. We used to call them different names, but when they huddle, they huddle.
Powwow is a good. Yeah, that's the term. Powwow.
So we huddle. They huddled. And all the little children like myself, we sat outside the huddle, but we could hear and stuff. And they huddled and they did the thing and said that they weren't interested in what that civil rights thing was, a court thing. You have to go to court because the guy was explaining that, oh yeah, you do this, and then if they do this and when they do that, the man said, well, when they do this, then we can take them to court and all that. He said, wait, take them to court, and that's when I stopped. I said, you know what? I had made my decision right then and there about civil rights because they were talking freedom rights. We needed something just then and there. People were being hung like they're being hung now. I mean, it was even more frequent and more blatant. And people were stopping that stuff. But no, we're not doing. You can't just grab my children or my neighbor or something and do that. No, we're gonna fight you, man. They had rolled up on. See, they burned the crackers burnt the cross on my neighbor's yard, right in the front yard too. And they came in pickup trucks. Came up there. He was the first black policeman. They burned the
Big
cross. And
facts. Yeah, that's right. And speaking and shout out to you, Elder. But a nigga that's from Richmond, Virginia, we got stories of certain trees that they talk about, right? And y'all know the stories that go along with strange fruit, right? It's still trees out there that my ancestors, my father, my uncles, my grandparents can remember that type of ish happening around them trees, right? So we not that far removed from that type of energy, right? But literally, you only get those type of rights by protecting them with actual tools called firearms.
Facts.
That's a reason why that's established in our actual Second Amendment, that this is against the tyranny that we already knew was fitting to happen, which is the reason we even created this whole country or this whole new nation, not the country, but this new nation that we abide by laws, right? But those laws are maintained by firearms and violence. A lawful, legitimate slaughter is how we got up under these laws. So if we think we're gonna have laws without that, that's insanity. We can, according to our imagination, but that's not how any laws have ever been maintained. You have to have a means to protect those laws, your land, your people, your family. And that's why I promote everything that Virginia promotes is get to 21 with no felonies, fam. Everybody in the country that's talking about this stuff. And I guarantee you it's going to be easier to talk about this type of stuff. We're going to have a means to actually protect it. That's the real fear. That's the fear that we
you
put
say
in their heart.
get what?
Get to 21 with no felonies. Every young black man and female, period.
Uh-huh.
And then you can get the weapons that protect your freedom according to the laws. The laws were written and we follow those laws to the death. We are terrified of getting pulled over, getting arrested, having them boys come to our house because the laws say that when they do, this is what they're allowed to do, right? But those laws were implemented based off of an initial slaughter of our people. So we only are up under these laws because of the actual fight. So it's not saying that we got to kill off the people that create the laws. It's like, no, get in office, vote, go to school, get in those positions, and still maintain those weapons to keep the positions that we knew black people, new black people are about to get into positions of power, right? Lawyers, judges, elected officials, etc., that actually get to say how schools are ran. That you can't have boys in the girls' bathroom. Why not create another bathroom and end the discussion?
Why would they still be talking about that nonsense when it's a simple solution? All these problems have simple solutions, but we forget how to maintain that, that answer. We gotta have the weapons and the tools to protect our answers. Once we get the solution, we know the solution. We got to get in those positions. How we protect those positions is by protecting them with actual weapons, according to our own law that we are under right now, Second Amendment. But hey, shout out to y'all. Y'all got it. But shout out to Richmond, Virginia, and the real ones, nigga. Richmond is the capital of the Confederacy. We went through it first. So we learned about it first, so we got over it first. That's why I love this Commonwealth, because our Commonwealth worked different than most other principalities or municipalities, right? If you look up if your state, if your county is a Commonwealth, and then look up what the difference between that and the opposite of that is, you really want a Commonwealth. Every city or county is not a
I
Commonwealth.
always thought it meant you gonna get flamed in court. I
No,
don't really don't know what the fuck Commonwealth is. I
no,
just
look,
know if
that's
you in
what
a
I'm here.
Commonwealth state, you getting fried. That's all I know.
Now everybody pull it up. If whoever control the panel, pull up the definition of a Commonwealth on the screen, and then we can discuss it even deeper. And then look up how many states or how many cities or capital cities of the states, right, are a Commonwealth. Because Richmond, Virginia, for sure is a Commonwealth, right? And so that means that when you go to court, it's more about the actual common people than the actual establishment or the actual crown, right? So it's certain levels of protection you have legally when you're a Commonwealth, when you're not. But yeah, y'all look that shit up. Hey man, check it out. I'm telling you.
So are you saying it leans more toward common law?
Yeah, it benefits us better when it's a Commonwealth that you're up under. But the Commonwealth that we're up under is not ruled by us anymore, for all the reasons I described in the beginning. And that goes with generation and generation of people that thinking that the laws is what's ruling everything. It's like, but those laws were implanted on people that were actually children. They killed off the men and women and the elders. And all the people, all the children have to go along with is whoever conquered them. And that's what we're up under around. So it's still plantation politics. We're trying
Hey,
to fight
Metal,
against the crown. But yeah, you go ahead, bro. You're good.
my bad.
No, you good, bro.
I got triggered off this comment. If you think you can do better, nigga, hop your ass on panel. What the fuck? I'm mad niggas criticizing us trying to build and you ain't doing nothing better. Like, if you ain't got nothing to say positive, don't say nothing. That's the real, I really
Metal
think
juice.
that's the real mindset, us as black people. Like, if you ain't gonna build on it, why the fuck you gonna tear it down? I don't
Crab
get
in
it.
a barrel mentality. That's the crab in. It's like, come on into the community and commune with us so we can be better, not worse. That's simple. But
But
that's
wait though,
they done
wait.
bred us a
Like
different type of person.
before we criticize the chat, right?
Go
The
ahead.
statement was already made that black folk haven't united to do anything substantial. There's a whole list of things that I could easily pull a
Mm-hmm.
direct example of, right? From schools to businesses, social organizations, churches,
Facts.
banks,
We started it
You
all.
brought
investment
civil rights.
clubs.
You
So
brought civil rights as the
hold
example.
on, hold on.
Yeah, I was just saying he
So
had brought civil rights as the example when I asked for an example. He said civil rights.
yeah, that was my example, right? But I also just read off to you a litany of things that we have united to accomplish. So if I'm being real, Baba Wale, like the one thing I can never understand is the perspective of your narrative. Like I don't put you in the coon box, right, where you're promoting white supremacy, but I do put you in the Madon Goofy box where it becomes about things that aren't based on anything tangible. So it's like, what are we talking about after a while?
I was about to say, I think that was for you, Wally.
No, I was gonna say, don't go quiet on me now, y'all.
I was about to say, hey, ask the question again. I'll answer it for the OG, for the elder.
It's like, what's the goal? Is the goal
Mm.
when people jump up here and bring up their points about the red European ant and the Negro ant, is it
Whitley,
to
you had asked me
empower us or
something,
to
but I had
scare us?
stepped out the room. I'm sorry. I had stepped out the room for a moment and I heard you talking, but I had to finish before I can come back.
He was
But
asking, what's the goal, Wale? Like,
What's the goal of what?
what's the purpose? What's the end all be all goal of what we fighting for? Are we bringing everybody together, or are we not?
And even more
Oh,
specifically, what's the goal of your rhetoric when you bring up
oh,
the Negro ant and the European ant? Like, it's like, are you trying to scare us
no,
or that?
Yep,
uh,
because white people come from us.
no, I don't know that. And I deny that claim. But I
I'm
would
just
say this
joking. Yeah,
much.
go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say this much. My is for us to start bringing ourselves to the station or the platform of our ancestors, the dignity and the platform of our ancestors by being known worldwide as speakers of truth. That's a dignity that's respected around the world.
You really believe that, Wale? You think speakers of
Yes, of course.
truth are respected in 2026?
Any moment, any day, any time, any calendar that you come up with. Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Well, of course you
I
don't.
think
I
I think
find
even with something as simple as politics, the
uh-huh.
fact that these speakers of truth aren't respected, and in many
hmm
cases can't make a coherent argument,
hmm
is why we have a lot of the issues we have. I don't
hmm
think the speakers of truth are respected.
Okay. Well, then
Yep.
when I know what you are saying. However, I would say this much about what I know because I speak truth, right? About speakers of truth is that uh, one must be able to respect themselves. I can't depend on anybody respecting me.
All right,
I
so let
must
me ask
respect
you,
myself.
how do you make that tangible?
How do I make what tangible?
Being a speaker of truth, right? How do
By
you
simply
turn that
speaking.
into funding schools? How do you turn that
Okay.
into good?
Mhm. Okay, by this. Let's take an example, if you don't mind, about this Zayax thing, right? Okay, here's a dude, and people hear him talking, and they say, "Oh, he's doing what he's saying. He's following up. He's actually carrying out. He's see that means speaking truth. You understand what I mean? So now he's being credible, which means people are bound to give him credit because he's being credible. And once you be credible, people, like I say, they'll offer you credit after a while because that's how they do me. They offer me credit. So then at that point, you decide whether you want to be into, that bondage because credit is a bond. And then you just work from there. But I'm saying you say tangible event, tangible something you
Right.
ask for.
So
So
when we're
that's,
talking about tangible things, right, we're talking about
yeah.
things like credit. So when you
Yes, of
make it
course.
sound, so when you make it sound spooky, like, ooh,
Right.
credit is a bond and you're a slave, right?
No, I never said
Yeah.
a slave. I
And what
ain't
I'm
say nothing about no slave. I said bond. People are bonded often. You know that. Come on, why you making it like a slave? Where did slave come from? I
I
said a
you got a
bond.
point.
You said slavery was a bond.
Slavery was about yeah, that was a bond, a issue of bonds.
So then you get my point.
Uh, you don't have to be enslaved by the bond. You could pay the bond. By paying the bond, I mean this. That's why when we used to say word is bond, meaning carry out your word. You say you're going to borrow $5,000 and you're going to pay it back at a rate of $35 a month to the credit company or whoever you borrowed it from. Then you should do that. You follow me? That's
Yes,
what's
sir.
called credit. When you do
Absolutely.
that, you get a high credit rating. Credible, meaning you're credible, meaning what? You speak the truth, you follow through. This is simple. I don't understand. I mean, anyway, it's simple.
But how did you? It's not because how did you make that connection when he referenced the slavery part and then you went back to the credit? How does the credit reference back to the slavery?
Uh, 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 because there's such a phrase as credit slave.
Oh, okay.
Yo, OG got some crazy knowledge, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have to look up what a credit slave is. I ain't even know that was a term. I ain't gonna lie.
Man, you'd be better off looking up what AWS, Amazon Web Services are. Like,
You said
everything that applied before, all that shit don't apply necessarily now. So that's why I asked him, how do we make this tangible?
I
I'm
agree.
tired of talking about old shit.
But honestly, what he talking about is how we under an establishment or rule of law that is literally tangible, where you literally have to pay these bills every month, or certain ish happens tangibly to you and your family, right? That you're gonna get kicked out if you don't pay that mortgage or that rent. If the HOA decide that you need to cut your grass, they're gonna make you cut that grass, or you can't have that grass no more. They're gonna get you out of there. So the law, the written law establishes our physical reality, but it wasn't always the same law that established that though. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I think Wale's trying to get to,
Then that
but and
means the
try to
law
get around,
changed.
right? But yeah, no, go ahead. What'd you say?
That means the law changed, and all that old shit
Absolutely.
ain't applicable no more.
That's right. And it's changed every like every I want to put a date on it, but every 500, every 1,000 years, it completely changes to where the people have an opportunity to actually take over for it, or we can stay up under that law, which is literally words on the paper, keeping physical human beings entrapped in the cell. Plantation politics. We got a bigger plantation. We
Yo,
call them suburbs and neighborhoods, but it's
my
still a
fault.
plantation. No, you got it, bro. Go ahead.
No. Just to add on, I saw a video. Well, no. It was on the book. It's this OG guy, and he does the legalese stuff, and he been getting people back um money with the UCC forms and the. I ain't even gonna bullshit you. I'm gonna
Yep.
take his free workshop. I don't give a fuck. Hey, it's a free workshop, and hey, if it's working, if it's gonna work, and loophole that paperwork shit, because I call it paper
Yep.
pimping. So
A
shit,
flip is a
if
flip.
we can re-engineer that paper pimping shit and figure out the legalese and the terms
Yep.
and how you supposed to fill it out and if you're supposed to put it in all caps and all of this other shit, because it's nuances to filling out that paperwork shit.
Yep.
When you do get the UCC forms and all that type of shit, that's what I'm saying. We can
But
go
look,
about
bro.
it. Could be going about a bunch of different ways.
But look, bro. Understand what I'm saying, right? UCC simply means Uniform Commercial Code. That's what that means, right? If you ain't got no commercial property, what are you reading up on UCCs for? How is that going to benefit you?
What? Oh, what
Because
they?
no, I
Oh,
got you, real quick. He was talking about from the aspect in that particular video when he said was like people that been depositing their money into a certain credit union or a bank or something for years. He's saying he can get them to use whatever that loophole is with the UCC particular paperwork to get all of their money back from all over those years
But
because it's
again,
a
brother, this is
Mm-hmm.
what
but
I'm telling you, brother, and look it up. UCC simply means Uniform Commercial
yes, I
Code.
do.
So if you're not
It
doing
does mean that.
commercial
Yes.
business, this is not going to benefit you. Like your bank account ain't going to be restored or reparated with a UCC. No, you don't have commercial business. You wasting your time even reading up on that.
We got
And
to
that's where
teach
I
them
feel
that
like
though.
we get stuck. We start to find out these new terms and these new words, and we
Mm-hmm.
start to try to apply it to our lives where it in no way applies.
Because we don't know better. I promise you, right? All right, check this out, right? What I heard, right? Take out a life insurance policy. Y'all know what life insurance is, right? They was like, you can take out 1 million. I'm just gonna use this $1 million, right? You take out $1 million life insurance term on yourself, right? You paying pretty much $200, $300 maybe a month, right? We can, well, not everybody, but I'm saying like I can afford that, right? Just talking about when you do that, then they was like, go and open up a trust and throw that life insurance policy into that, right? And I want to know how y'all feel about this, if y'all tried it or not, because this is my next step. I'm trying everything. I done represented myself pro se on a car accident, like, and it's still in court, it's in the appellate court, but it's still there. So I'm deciding if I'm gonna get another lawyer to help me out to figure out how to get this money, right? But you put the trust into you put the actual life insurance to the trust, right? Then once you let that sit, I think it's like 3 months, you can go back into that trust in your bank and take out off of that $1 million what you want out of that life insurance policy. Has anybody tried that yet, or am I just delusional? Because that's one of the that
Yeah,
it's
now
like
that's
five.
not valid.
It's not valid. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
That's why I
because
was asking
like
because I just want to throw that out there.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
life insurance policy itself will have set rules and laws that it's
Mhm.
defined by. So you may be able to borrow on a portion of it,
Yeah.
right? But this whole idea that just because you like, I could take out a universal life insurance policy that has
Yep.
some form of lending to it. I ain't gotta involve no type of trust or none of that goofy shit. And what you gotta understand is it costs to set up a trust,
You do.
right? So it's like, what are you paying those fees for if there's no tangible benefit? And again, I want to be clear. I'm
Mhm.
not saying there aren't certain benefits to trust,
There's
but I'm
loopholes for
saying,
sure. Yeah.
when I hear a single person, right, that don't have no real assets talking about a trust because it's gonna
I feel you.
magically do some shit.
Yeah,
No,
I see what you're
bro.
saying. Yeah, and so that's my whole point. We got to really teach our people like what all this stuff really means. Because I'm learning on the fly now, and I'm bringing it to y'all. I bring it to my family. I literally go into the bank and ask about this type of stuff. I just came from Wells Fargo earlier today, just asking, just in picking their brain, right? And
Mhm.
every state, I promise you, you can pay $35 for an hour to ask a lawyer any kind of questions you need. That's how I figured out how to represent myself on this little fender bender, right? And they was like, "Yeah, you can." But these are the steps. I learned about derogatories, motions, depositions, interrogatories, and interrogatories, however they pronounce that, etc. Right? And then I learned how to really pay attention because they give you a limited amount of time to actually apply and get this type of money. These things are called loopholes, right? Like they've been taking advantage of these loopholes that we're talking about, and I just want to make sure that we're not saying don't pay attention to how they taking advantage in real time and just waiting and hoping. We need to take advantage in real time. Also, take advantage so we can get in and change this code,
So look,
this
bro,
tax
this is what
code.
I'm
But
saying,
yeah, go
right?
ahead. Yeah, you
Like
got it.
when you're talking about taking advantage of something and you
Hmm.
involve a trust, right? You have to realize one of the main benefits of a trust is sidestepping things like estate taxes,
That's right.
right? And so my point is, this
You.
all after you dead, right? Like if you're talking about building your assets while you're alive,
Hmm.
these people that are telling you, oh, a trust, then put your money in a trust.
Yeah,
Like
that's for after that. That's for the actual when they read out the actual
that's for
what they read out after you
preparing
die.
for when you're dead.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. 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 But hey, man, I promise you, like these people are using the things that's going to benefit their family when they read out the actual what they call it. Also a deed. Even if you have this type of paperwork, right? Remember when they had deeds and then the deed told you how much acres you got in the whole what is called a house on the prairie type of situation, right? We're gonna put this stake right here, we're gonna put this stake right here. This is our land because we were given by the government permission to just go out here and stake this. The government can then take that deed and burn it. Now what? And there's too many Western movies where they took the deed in real life also and it's like no more deeds. So now what? Because the paper, we're thinking that the paper is the end all be all of our physical reality when it's not. I want us to understand that part of it's that, but we gotta put in new laws that establish what I was speaking about, how your organic natural laws and regulation, your civil rights are God given. It's not given by any human being. Even in our Constitution, Declaration of Independence is based in that faith of Christianity. I
But we're
promise you, when you
conflating
read
a
about
lot of things though, right? Like,
so
cause you said
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
you were talking about like Westerns when it comes to trust and these whole arguments and
Yeah,
deeds and property. Like, no, things change over time.
it
Like
is.
my deed isn't
Hey,
rippable,
hey,
right?
hey,
Like
after you finish,
It
God, I
can
got the
be.
video for you, so y'all can
No, go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Y'all
give
go
me
ahead,
some
build.
elaboration. No, because I got the video of the guy. I just need elaboration so I could be clear on
For
what the hell
sure.
he talking about. Give me a second. Go ahead. Let me get to the spot. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, let them finish. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I just think a lot of times, especially with our community, we be so invested in complicating things and getting weird that we don't capitalize on the simple things that are actually tangible. That's
Now
something
you
I've
got to break that
observed.
down. Hey, now you got to go into details on what those tangible things are that we can capitalize on right now in this capitalistic society. You got to explain it right now. You got to give us some examples, fam.
I I guess to put it this way, right? Like
Yeah,
you have people talking about a trust, right? And they're not even investing in their 401k, right? So with something like that, if you work for a major corporation, you invest a certain percentage, your company will match you, right?
correct.
Like literal, tangible money. But you got Negroes that's not even taking advantage of that, talking about a trust. And that's when for me it'd be like, yo, this is just crazy.
I understand. Some people go to a job and retire and not know that they could have invested in the company they was working for the whole time. Most honestly, a lot of us don't think that way.
Mm. Say that again. Say
I
that
know
again.
exactly
Hold
what
on,
you're
hold on.
talking
Say that again. Don't just
about.
fly past that.
All right, look, check it. I'm gonna say it one more time. A lot of people have worked to retirement all them decades and not invest into the company that's $1 billion, $1 trillion company and come out with just what they were supposed to make, their minimum wage and nothing else, no investments, no nothing. And honestly, we don't ask the right questions at the right time. That's why I always say it is such thing as a stupid ass question. You got to ask the right questions at the right time. And most questions you can answer within your own brain before you verbalize it. But a lot of people like wait till retirement, not have nothing extra because we didn't invest in a company that was building off of us and feeding off of our family, our bloodline, our sweat and tears. So that's our reality.
And
That's
that's where
America for sure.
I go when I'm saying people wasted the tangible resource, right? If you wait until your retirement to do certain things, no, you're not going to get that simple company match, right? You put in 6%, they will give you 6% free money, right? I'm saying for the working
Hmm.
class people, before you start listening to niggas on YouTube and start thinking about a trust, deal with the tangible things in your life where your money already is.
Big facts. No argument there. Yep. Do what you can for yourself right now with what you got.
What I've always told people in terms of financial advice, yo, look, if you dealing with someone and they can't make it simple for you, they can't make you understand what you're doing with your money, you're dealing with the wrong person. Like, sometimes simple is better, but we be shooting for the stars. We be shooting for trust and, you know what I mean? Like, these different things that don't even necessarily benefit us in our current position.
Okay, here we go, y'all. Rewind it. Let me rewind it.
The government has over $385 quadrillion in the International Monetary Fund. There are three ways that you can secure your money from the government. Number one, file a UCC one and put your bank in as the debtor. See right here where it says the bank is the debtor? That lets the Treasury know that you're what? Coming for your money. Now, number two, look on the same UCC one and see where it says secure party right there. That's where you put your private trust in all capital letters to let them know what that you are the secure party over this bank account now. Now you see what all those deposits are right there? See those deposits? That's right. January, February, deposit in December. Those deposits, that lets you know I'm going, that's my collateral. That's why it's in a collateral box. That means what?
But see,
You get
bro, this is what I'm speaking to though. When you throw in things like UCC,
your
you got to
collateral.
break it down for somebody. That simply means Uniform Commercial Code. If you don't have no business, a UCC ain't gonna benefit your 40-hour a week working ass. Focus on the things that will benefit you that are tangible. Cause you're talking about the IMF, like, you know what I mean? If you Troy, then yeah, you may get some money out the IMF, but I'm from Harlem, man. Like we from America. That ain't IMF ain't helping us.
No doubt. I mean, so you saying there's no loopholes within doing the paperwork unless you know what I'm saying you just got something to attach to the paperwork. Is basically what you're saying, or until you have a certain amount of assets. Um, hold on.
Yes, I'm saying there's no loophole that's gonna make you rich. The only
Okay,
thing
you
that's
heard
gonna
me.
make you
Okay.
rich is actual assets and you know what I mean, commercial business. Like just filing this paperwork is not gonna make you rich. It's actually gonna cost you.
Yeah, I'm thinking he coming from the perspective of people that's been, I think, attached to. Uh, Let me rewind it one more time, just so we can hear it.
The government has $385 quadrillion in the international monetary fund. Here are three ways that you can secure your money from the government. Number one, file a UCC one and put your bank in as the debtor. See right here where it says the bank is the debtor. That the
Now, does that make sense? Now, hold on, that's step one. Now, go ahead.
that you're coming for your
How is
money.
your bank your debtor?
On the same UCC one, you see where it says secure party right there? That's where you put your private trust in all capital letters to let them know that you are the secured party over this bank account now. Like, see what all those deposits are right there? See those deposits? That's right. January, February, deposit of December. Those deposits, that lets them know what? I'm going, that's my collateral. That's why it's a collateral box. That means what? You're getting all your money back because that's your collateral. You don't want to put the money in the bank, it's your collateral, and you're coming for your collateral, and you're collecting your debts. All right. Then the third thing you want to do is what about a security agreement? You say, what's a security agreement? That's under Article 9 of the UCC code. See right there? Article 9 of the UCC code. You see right there where it says control over your deposits? That's the three things that you have to do to get all your money back from that 385 quadrillion monetary fund.
So again, this is my thing though. You gotta take it slow. When you're saying you can claim that the bank is your debtor, how much money did you lend the bank? Because that's what a debtor is, right? Someone that has a debt to pay to someone else. So for the bank to be your debtor, you had to lend the bank money. How many of us is that a reality for?
Well, the only way banks stay open is by deposits. So technically, we all lending the money. Technically, without us making deposits, the bank don't work. Literally, they don't have no money to lend or loan. If they don't have nobody making deposits, paychecks, whatever, that shit is not. They don't have no money to where they gonna get the money? The
Yeah,
extra
but
money
your
to do loans
deposits
and
don't
all that
make the bank your debtor. It doesn't. Like you know what would make someone your debtor? If you put some money together and lend it to someone, then they're the debtor. If you just deposit in funds, nah, these things don't apply. UCC, commercial code, and they simply don't apply.
Okay, no doubt. I would just I ran across that video, and I've been hearing a lot about the legalese and the paperwork and different loopholes. And, the what do you call it? What do you call that? The birth certificate fund and all of the different things. So I know all of this paperwork.
Yeah, bro, you're not getting no money for your birth certificate, fam. Like all that does is make you a citizen. You know what I mean? Like, they're not indebted to you in no way. You're not gonna get no money out of that. Even when people argue that a social security number is a QSIP. Ooh, right? Like, nah. This don't apply to like tangible assets and making moves. It don't.
This is what I was saying earlier about credit, and like for instance, the United States. When you look up on the internet or you go to the Treasury Department and you ask what are, you know, US dollar backed by, it's backed by the confidence and of the American people.
It's
The
backed by the
confidence.
full faith and credit of the US government. Correct. And what that means is the US government has never had a debt it hasn't paid on. right? Anybody that buys a treasury, they've all gotten paid throughout the span of history. That's why America has a triple A plus rating. It
It
always
does
pays
not
its
have a
debts.
triple A plus rating. It rating went down twice since Trump has been in office. It's been demoted twice. It did have a triple A, yeah, but it's been demoted twice. Like you say, things change. Meanwhile, what I was saying is about the dollar. What is the dollar backed by? Is that and it'll tell you is by the faith or something like that in the lineage of the American people. Meaning that for generations they'll be paying that debt off. The American citizens are paying that debt because the debt is based upon the collateral of the people, and the collateral of the people is based upon the birth certificates, which is what those guys are trying to get a piece of. The collateral of the certificate.
So have you
And
made money off your birth certificate?
uh, uh, I have not
Thank you. I haven't either.
the,
Right?
but I do understand how it's working within the financial sector of the United States government.
How? Explain that to
I
me.
just described it. I just described it. They have so many people, they can prove it. These certificates are proof of people, citizenship and stuff. And they are basing the citizenship on a table like you do with life expectancy and stuff. What they call a mortuary table, the same tables they use for mortgages and stuff. And they say, okay, a person is all going to do this, that, the other, and that's how much these things are worth. And they can get credit against those things is what they have been doing. Now they're getting credit against the 3 or 4 generations down the line because they're up to 39 trillion now. And that's what I was saying about credit and debt.
Yeah,
The
that makes
United
no
States
sense, Wally.
that the United States is in $39 trillion in debt makes no sense.
No, to say that that debt in any way is attached to your birth certificate. It's not. It's
It's a
attached to the
tax.
money the U.S. lends and borrows every day.
I, I, I
You have something called a SOFR rate, right? Secured overnight funding rate. These are
understand.
the things that are actually more tangible than thinking your birth certificate is going to make you money.
I never said your birth certificate make you money, cousin. I wasn't even talking about that stupid stuff. I was telling you something else about a different aspect of the birth certificate. It's a certificate. You should, that's all I was saying. And as such, is used as a bonding agent, as a certificate, which is a certificate. And that means that's how many they got. So that's why they want all the citizens or whoever to have certificates on the market. And this is part of what they got to pay, and it goes into the longevity of generations. The guy said it'd take about at least 15 generations to pay that off if the United States plans to pay it off, which they don't. They had an opportunity, I think, twice to pay it off in my lifetime, and they decided not to make it even bigger. And now it's at a ridiculous amount, 39 trillion. And you could almost ask AI, uh, can the American, about them paying their debt? Yeah, ask AI and see what they
It's
tell you.
crazy.
I'm just saying, you don't have to ask me. I mean, you could ask something more valid to you or something like that, because an old nigga don't know what he's talking about as you think it. So I'm just saying, check with them and see what they say. And they'll tell you the same thing. I haven't even checked with them, but I know they're going to tell you the same thing because, the truth is.
Let me ask you, Wale, what would you say U.S. debt is primarily attached to?
Y'all keep going, man. I got to do something in the background. Give me 10 minutes.
Yeah, be good to yourself, man. Don't hurt yourself. The U.S. debt is attached to the production and
No, it's a simple
the
answer.
okay. You make it the answer. Why you asking me for an answer? What is this? Some kind of trick question or something? There's only one answer and you got it, and then you want to see if I know the answer that's in your head. Do the simple answer,
Yes,
man.
to a certain degree. The simple
What is
answer
it,
is
man?
the primary thing that creates U.S. debt is treasuries. That's it, right? People lending us money for a certain percentage, and now that becomes debt. We have to pay that back. It's not as difficult. Like the weirder you make it, the less sense it makes, and the less our people can even understand or benefit from it.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever bought a treasury bond? Or you have some now?
Nah, I bought ETFs that are invested in treasuries, but I've never bought a direct one for one treasury.
I have.
Okay.
That's experiential. That's all. So I understand that part that you're talking about. That's how it's being traded. Yes, through bond. That's
So
what
why
I
would
was
you
saying. It's
say
a
that?
bond system. I said it's a bond system. I said it's a bond system. Somebody was saying something. So now we back to it's a bond system.
No, but you connected what I'm saying in my explanation, birth
Mhm.
certificates ain't got nothing to do with that. Nothing.
Okay,
Absolutely
that's what
nothing.
you're saying. I hear that's what you're saying. I wasn't saying about the bonds. You were talking about the bonds. I was talking about the dollar.
All right, so what were you saying about the dollar?
Okay, I'm gonna look it up on. No, I ain't gonna look it up on. You know, is it worth it to look it up on the doggone internet or something? And then when I read it off, you got arguments about that. You know that's kind of boring to me, man.
So Wale, you were almost right. Like you alluded to the fact that what backs the dollar is the full faith and credit of the US government. That's the simplest way to say it, right?
I
So
didn't
all that
see that.
means,
I didn't say that. But you keep saying it like you're reading it from somewhere. I don't know if you are.
nah, this off the top of the dome, like Jadakiss. I'm just spitting off the
Yeah,
top of the
I
dome.
didn't say that. I didn't say that though. So I'm just saying.
Conscious communities. Yeah,
Yeah.
epistemology, like that's my point. Epistemology gets it. Like, there's no benefit to an average citizen of filing any UCCs. You don't have commercial business. So what I've noticed is like terms get thrown in front of our people, and we get caught up in these terms thinking these things are going to turn into money. No, they're not. They're actually costing you money.
Oh, you're talking about that stuff. Excuse me. Oh, you talking about the UCC and whatnot? But like you said, if you ain't got no business, what's your business dealing with the UCC?
And it's simple as looking up these terms. UCC is simply is it universal or uniform? I think it's uniform.
It's uniform.
Right, uniform commercial code. Right.
I've actually filed it. I've actually filed the UCC one, some other parts of it too. And I got response back from them and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if you want to get into it, you can. That's all I'm saying. I mean, but like, you don't want to be Wesley Snipes either. You remember what happened to Wesley? He got caught up in that noise and had to go to jail for a couple of days or months or years or whatever. Because
Because he was listening to somebody talking about UCCs
somebody, most
instead of
people are
just
looking at
paying
it.
his taxes.
Most people look at it. Watch this, because I looked up the tax rhetoric, the actual verbiage of the tax law, and it doesn't say that you must pay taxes. It says simply you must report your income. It don't say you must pay taxes on the income. It says you must report the income. So this is the difference. Reporting the income versus you must pay. Most people think it reads you must pay. Like I be saying, people don't read the Bible either. They just assume because they heard it somewhere the same way. They don't read it themselves. But that's what it says. So then you can you don't have to actually pay taxes, but you must report your income. and then you can work with the taxes from there.
So how do
Because
you
it,
get out of paying the taxes?
oh, by there's all kind of what they call deductibles. Are you familiar with that? Deductibles?
Of course I am, right? You give money
That's
to.
also.
Man, I heard somewhere that if you had 1,500 books classified as a library, that's a tax loophole, man.
Oh, that's too far out for me, man. Going way out there. The thing that I was saying, Willie, is most of the people who trying to generate, the people who are attracted by this kind of talk, usually trying to figure out how to get something for nothing. Most of this stuff is not a something for nothing thing. It's a matter of doing business securely at a least cost to the business. But something for nothing, I don't know how you pull that off, but that's what most people be trying to do. They want to get their car for free. They want to get the where they don't have to pay no bills, or they want to get something from their birth certificate. I don't see that ever happening for anyone. I never saw it happen. I even see the likelihood of it. But I
So
mean, you
look,
could break that line.
when you're talking about deductibles, right? You got to
Yes.
understand when you report your income, that's how they decide what your income tax is going to be, right? So now this
Or
is where
you
deductibles.
it's already decided before you did anything because they got brackets. You fit in this bracket, that's your taxes. Tax bracket they call it. So if your income fits into this tax bracket, then that's your tax for that amount of income. So it's been decided before you even work that day. You know what I mean? It ain't determined on you as a personality. It's a setup. You recognize what I'm saying, yes? Because you do this stuff, man. I mean, I'm just saying, let's just keep it, you know, plain. That's all.
So
It's a
basically,
setup.
when you report your income, they're going to tell you how much you owe, right? So now,
No, when you go to the tax, if you do the taxes yourself, you go to the schedule because they got schedules, man. You go to the schedule book, you look at your income, you look at the schedule, and then they tell you how much you pay on that much taxes. You, I don't understand when you say they'll tell you. You mean from the book? But that's how I did my tax. I go to the book and get the taxes and write it up and do the tax and file it in. I don't understand your sequence of events or how you are describing it. It's
so the
foreign
reason
to me.
for reporting your income
Yes.
is that establishes what your tax bracket is and what you owe, right? Now, once you understand these things, this is when deductibles come into play, right? Like a lot of people don't even take advantage, right? Just regular citizens
That's
don't
right.
take advantage of their deductibles. So if
That's
we were
right.
taking advantage of these deductibles, we could throw more money Q's way, right? And write that
Anyway,
off on our taxes
you could
as a
do that too.
deductible.
You could do that too. It's all kind of deductibles out there, man. It's like, you got to get in the game to play it. That's what I keep saying, though. Otherwise, you can't play the game if you ain't going to get in. I mean, you could learn about it from the outside, but if you're going to actually play the game, you got to get in there. So it's different kinds of deductibles that come with it. And they tell
We're
you, I mean,
all in it.
depending on the kind of work you do,
We're
these are the
all
kind
in it, Wale. We
of,
all pay taxes. We're all in it.
no, we already if you all pay taxes, you're not in the game. That's why Trump don't pay no, be paying 750, man, because he don't pay no tax. You just got to report. The obligation
But
is
why
to
doesn't he pay the taxes? Because of
the
the deductibles,
thank
right?
you. Yes, exactly. Got it down to 750. And any accountant or not even you ain't even got certified. Yeah, you know what I mean. I was going, but that's still an accountant. A lawyer could work that stuff like magic, man. He'll work his own fee, and there's a deduction too. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and this is how
You have
Wesley
to look
got
at.
got,
No,
going
Wesley
off
got
of what
God.
you're saying.
No, Wesley got God. I said get a lawyer or an accountant, man. How you gonna get a lawyer and accountant and get caught? Them lawyers and accountants, they got licenses, man. They ain't trying to go no jail. What you
I'm
thinking?
gonna be honest with you. If you making less than 200,000 a year, I wouldn't even recommend getting a lawyer. Like most of that, you can file yourself.
I said an accountant. I started with an accountant. I recommend not a lawyer either. An accountant. Accountant do the business for you, set you up, cost a few $100, and you in there. Simple.
I do got a homie that's an accountant though. He you know, an accountant. He on this specific point. Yes.
Oh, you the one with the UCC stuff? If you are, you should
No, no,
talk
no,
to.
no, no. I just wanted to get clarity on it because I've been seeing a lot about the either UCC or they call it, I think the proper term is status correction on the birth certificate with
Uh-huh. That's if
different.
that's what you want. You got
No,
to live that
UCC
lifestyle.
don't have
You met
absolutely nothing to do
I
with
know they're
status
separate, gang.
correction. Nothing.
What I'm saying is I've been seeing about UCC stuff and the birth certificate and status corrections and just different things of that nature. Is all I'm saying. So I just wanted to get clarity on what would be, is it useful? Is it not useful? Is it just a bunch of noise? Is it being to the benefit to it? Even if it's just saying, okay, you got a status correction and you separate yourself from the normal citizenship of whatever have you. Because I saw the dude, his name Grand Sheik on my he been on my damn Facebook for a minute. They get different IDs and all that shit. So I just, I'm just seeing if it's some type of advantage. Is all I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah, I was
Nah.
saying though about the UCC. That's the Uniform Commercial Code. Accountants should be familiar with that. So if you have a friend who is an accountant, you should speak to him about it, man, because it's commercial.
Yeah, man, it's good to get clarity. I'm just telling the person in the comments. It's good to get clarity, man, to know what's going on, so that way, because a lot of this stuff, man, is foreign to a lot of us and is familiar to a few. So the ones that is familiar with, that's why we want to get the clarity of how to do the, because a lot of this shit is, even if we want to say it or not, is paperwork pimping and loopholes and policy, knowing the right paperwork to turn in, knowing how to fill it out, knowing if you got to do all capital letters. That's, I mean, all I'm saying is, I guess I definitely want to know if that's something we need to look at. Why not look at it? Why not
There's
be
a
fact?
book. There's a
I would
book.
say
I
you
think
need
it's
to
a
look at it if you have commercial business.
there's a book called "The Clerk's Praxis." Praxis. The Clerk's. It sounds like it's a guy's name. DECL Clerk. I don't know especially how he finished it off. The Clerk's Praxis. Praxis. It is a primer. It's a primer on law and I think it's common law, on common law uh, understanding. It's like what I said, a beginner's book, or I should use a primer. Yeah, you can read that. You can pick that up from anywhere. It's not very long. It's a small book, but it'll give you an idea about what's going on, so that you can have like some kind of place to stand instead of just kind of going behind this guy, that guy. You can start seeing stuff right away. I'd recommend the clerk's
Absolutely.
practice.
Absolutely. Can you put it in the comments for me? Because I think I have a similar book called Meet Your Straw Man. So,
No, it's not a similar book at all. Don't have nothing to
okay,
do with
cool.
it. The praxis may be mentioned in it. I can't even write. That's why I'm spelling it, man.
Mm,
Praxis is Praxis. Maybe
okay.
somebody else. I can't. My X is not working. so I can't put it in there properly. Declerks, however you spell declerk, is DE something. Declerks Praxis, and you can just Google that and ask for a PDF or something. I think you can get it that way. It's an old book. It's actually, I think it was done in England way back in the day, type of thing, before America jumped off too tough. But they all use it. All this stuff is based on English law, because all this stuff is based up on Western culture, and they brought the culture with them. That's why a lot of our people don't know this and know that and know how this works and know how that works, because it's not our culture. It's theirs. They set it up, they change it, they make it, they form it as they please. We're going to always be behind in that thing because it's theirs. Just like, if it's ours, they're going to always be behind in our thing, unless you're giving your thing away like that. But, there you go. But I mean, that the position of not knowing is going to always be that way when it comes to being involved in their things. So we have to figure out how to be more involved in our own things. That's why I say we get together and start working together so we can create our own things. We have to recreate. We don't have to create, we have to recreate. It's easier to recreate than just to create. You know what I mean? Second time around and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what the song say? Second time. Let's go. Come on, man. So let's throw that out. And actually, we not behind. We think our people think we're behind because of our positioning. Now, when you run in let's say if you ever watched them, that was so funny when I watched, I think one of them Highlanders, Ethiopians or something, running track. They run like miles, right? The dude had ran around the track so many times, he was coming up behind the people. The rest of the troop, he was coming up behind them. And if you just saw that just photograph, you'd think he was behind, but he was lapping them. He was lapping them. You understand what I mean by lapping? He had ran a lap while they were still running one. He had ran two. That's what I'm saying. That's our position. We appear to be behind, but we are not. We are ahead so far that we are lapping them. We don't have to study their stuff. We need to know stuff. That's where the real thing is. I mean, you can learn this, learn that, Chinese, Japanese, whatever you want to do. You can get it from anywhere. As far as knowledge and information, get it from everywhere. Shoot, learn about bees, trees, and everything. Learn about everything, I say. From everywhere. But meanwhile, know yourself, because that's the foundation of everything, is you. I mean, in your life, my life, the foundation is me, and then I see everything relative to me.
I got put out the room and I'm back. Okay.
Good for you. Yeah, good for you. I think somebody else was up here for a minute. Was that Cuba?
Yeah. All right. Well, y'all, I mean, y'all got something else we want to pivot to, y'all. This was just my first test drive of what's to come type thing. And so, I just wanted to see how everything will go, how, the audience will receive me on, other than just being on the panel. So yeah, man. I mean, we covered a whole lot. We covered a lot of solutions. We covered a lot of different stuff. So I mean, I might wrap it up and do another one tomorrow. But that's why they got some more stuff you want to rock on.
Oh, I just wanted to ask, do you know what a Sue is, or a dope or a partner? Do you know any of those?
Yes, I'm familiar. I heard of yes.
What is, which one you heard of, and what is it? So you could tell it to the people who don't know.
The SUSU, basically practicing collective economics amongst your small, but not necessarily a small group, and just keeping the money amongst each other, and then having certain payouts or investing in certain assets. Basically,
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done. Please continue.
My apologies. Now I was just saying, basically, a way to build capital amongst each other and opposed to
Opposed to what? Hello.
basically a way to generate capital in a closed loop. So
Oh,
you
and
know,
opposed.
you have economic leakage.
Okay. It was studied by Cambridge and the University of one of them African countries like Nigeria or Kenya or something, the university there. And they said it's the best thing for a community to raise themselves in any state. They looked over the different countries because different countries have that same cultural custom, not just what people say Africa, but different indigenous groups have that same grouping culture. So that's how they pick themselves up. That I think that was practiced also, uh, to some degree by every group of people. So and it was said to be the best way and the quickest way to raise any community or group of people. Uh, so I would like for people to just at least give it some thought. Maybe hook up with the people around your neighborhood and your family, maybe your girlfriends, whoever man, who you can trust, and try to buy in bulk or something. Buy in bulk. But everybody eat rice. Buy it by the bushel. Don't buy it by the little bags and stuff where they're going to charge you a premium. Buy it in wholesale and then distribute it among the little group that you got that's buying them. Form buying groups. That helps a lot. Just form buying groups where y'all buy together in wholesale buying. That would improve everybody's lot. You get a lot more. Nobody's mad about it because you trying to make money off. So you got it. No, everybody's making the same cut. You know what I mean? As far as the who contributes how much and all that stuff. So it's like an investment. You're invested in whatever you're gonna buy and buy in bulk because bulk will give you usually a better price. That's it. It's economics. That's group economics. The way to success. And thank you, man. You got a good attitude. The first time I heard you just take over a segment, but you got a good attitude. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, Wale. Gratitude. All right, y'all. What we gonna do, y'all? We still want to stay up here, what, man? Cause I'm about to wrap it up. Cause we put an excellent deal. Y'all let me know what we want to do, man. Cause I might rock one out tomorrow for a couple hours. And we gonna build on some group economics and then how we can build forward. And then, where do we go from here, y'all? And how can we connect some of the people that got some things going on? Make sure y'all check out Golden Crown, black owned and operated app. Y'all check our app out. It's a free account. And my CTO here on the phone right now. Let me turn the music down just a little bit, just in case y'all can hear. I got my CTO on the phone right now. Gratitude to Wale. John McClinton. We got our new app going on. John Money, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you want to tell them a little bit about what we got going on with the new app, and then just what we got going on overall as I wrap it up? We got a few people listening to you.
It's for the teams and the pre-teams. We have the Black House app. That's Black House spelled BLAKHOUZ app, and that's for the preteens as well as the teens from 8 years old to 17-year-old. If you have kids and teens in that range, man, have them to go out the app, tell us what they think. There's 9 different verticals over there for them to have fun on, learn about some black history, some black facts. Not only that, intermingle with one another on our audio apps as well as our music apps out there, man, where they can audio chat with one another and meet teams that's like-minded, like themselves on the Black House Star Seed, Black House, Star
That's
Seed.
my G right there.
You type in URL, Black House. That's spelled BLAK House, HOUZ.app. And man, they will be on the app.
And real quick, can you tell them about Golden Crowns and Royals United? And then I'm gonna get them out your way.
Yes, and for the adults, man, we got a vertical with 13 different verticals out there. Everything from marketing to a marketplace to display your products and services, as well as a dating app out there. If you're looking for someone special in your life, man, go out there and post a profile and get on our platform. And then, man, we got every vertical you can think of. Audio verticals where you can actually open up audio rooms and interact with other users from all over the world. Not only that, we have the video app. If you want to see those people face to face, you can open up multiple video rooms and actually video chat with people. If you want to sell your music, you are a recording artist and you are trying to get visual out there of your music and get your music heard and bought and purchased, you can go to the music rooms and sell your music right on the app today, and you can get paid via credit card or cash app on the app today. So, man, it's an amazing app.
The squares. Talk about the squares. Talk about the squares. Talk about them squares real quick.
But say again.
The squares. Talk about the squares real quick.
Yeah. And don't forget the squares, man. The squares are an opportunity for you to actually participate and buy into the app to help us grow it. That's right. You buy. Think of a square as a share. You're actually buying into the app itself. So go out and buy a square, invest into the app. It's going to help us grow the app bigger and bigger and larger. It's scalable, and we're going to scale it to the max. So go out there and invest in the Golden Crowns app. That's spelled GOLD. Skip the N. No E. GOLD. No E. And then N. And then Crowns is spelled with a K. KROWNZ.app. So Golden Crowns app, man, we're doing big things. Don't forget Royals United. That's the mother company.
I was gonna say, there you go. Come on.
Like-minded people are coming together, and we are investing our dollars. We are actually building businesses as well as buying properties throughout the United States with these investment dollars. And don't forget, man, we got a great radio station out there. That's right. We got the Crown. Oh man, I'm getting ready to
Royals United Radio. I got you.
We got the
Royals United Radio.
United Radio app out there, as well as the radio station where you can tune in at www.royalsunitedradio.com. That's right, and you can download the app to your phone today to keep in tune with us, and you can donate out there to the Royals United organization through royalsunited.com as well as royalsunitedradio.com. So there's many ways to do it. We got fantastic products and services out there, classes for you to learn how to get with the AI frenzy that's going on right now. We got lots of AI classes out there. We got classes on how to build your own radio station, your own web servers. So go out there and patronize our website in the marketplace we have over there. We got fantastic products. We got clothes out there. We got handbags. We got some of everything out there on royalsunited.com, y'all. And don't forget about goldencrowns.com. We got a .com for the app as well as the mother company. So go out there and patronize all the sites. I'm out, guys.
Now, real quick, bro. 2 last things. I told him you was working with Zayax because you know they know about Zayax. Just a small bit on how you working with Zayax, and just let them know who you are, man. You know, John McClinton, you little bit background, so they can know who they that's talking to him.
Well, yes, I'm John McClinton, and I am a IT professional for over 44 years now, and been in the industry. I am what they call a CCIE. If you don't know what that is, that's a Cisco Internet Engineer, and I am certified to. I'm the next best thing to the person in the company that manufactured and built the Cisco routers and switches out there. So my expertise is interconnecting computers as well as programming computers. So I do everything from the front end of the processor to the back end of the processor. Not only that, I'm a project management certified, a PMP, and then I have a black belt in business processes. So if you understand that's a big, hard to accomplish certification, and I hold those 3 things up underneath my belt, which pretty much says that I'm an expert in the field in which I have been studying for 44 years. So I am here in Dallas, Texas, and I know Zayac is opening up schools possibly in Dallas as well as Houston, and I will be heading up with Zayac Institute when they get ready to open up the branches or the schools. Well, no, the institutes.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, not the schools, the institutes.
There we go.
Over in Dallas, Texas. So that will be my function. I'm looking forward to partnering with Q-Butter and the team that's underneath the Zayac umbrella to make that happen. Yes, right. Royals United and Zayac Institute will be married shoulder to shoulder, and we are going to support them in any way we can. I land my mic.
My G. All right, G. Let me call you. I'm going to wrap this up, and I'm going to go ahead and get on the radio. You know I'm ready to blast off on the radio real quick, too, by the way. I look.
As far as I know, Cosmic, so we're ready to go.
Okay, look. I had to prove to them, because they like sources, so I had to go ahead and let you say something a little bit, because they be thinking I just be talking. So I'm letting you know. Go ahead and let them know what it is. So we doing the collaborations. That was the whole thing. The state that was our topic today, the state of Black America, and doing collaborations and getting things done, and et cetera, et cetera. So gratitude, Nehru. I'm gonna link with you right after this.
All right, thank you.
All right, y'all. So that's my peoples, man. I was telling y'all about, man. Just in case you thought I was just saying shit. You know what I mean? To be saying it. So like I said, he gonna be linking with Q, working with Q with that. And as you can see, he got the expertise in the IT field. I don't gotta tell you that shit because you just heard it. So other than that, man, gratitude, y'all, present. Please check us out, Golden Crown, Warriors United, of course, Dallas Institute, Warriors United Radio. Hopefully I'll be on the radio tonight, maybe the next 4 or 5 days. I'll be checking it out. I'll be checking the duration on the radio out. You see what I'm saying? So gratitude, y'all, for y'all waking up, hanging through here, man, and we'll be back with some other great stuff, man. And we gonna elevate. That's it. So like I said, man, we gotta be able to make these connections, man, and we gonna do that. That's what we do. So peace and abundance, and next we're gonna be on a few good things, man. I just surprised you. That way you already get stagnant and prepared for it. So gratitude and peace and abundance. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, COGMIK.
MIND333, 519-333. We got work over there. Over 500 videos. The work is there. So gratitude, peace, and abundance, and let's get it.
Grinding, just focus on money, no violence. Big trip, styling, straight in the face of these tyrants. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, right? All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Let the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on rhythm with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and guns, you know they aim is. Living laughing and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take control, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take control, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.